Should we move into meditation?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. Would you like to lead it, or would you want me to?
I'd like for you to do it.
Okie doke. All right. You guys know the routine. And in case there is anybody new here, Kelsey just kind of explained things earlier. So we're going to go ahead and do our meditations, usually around 30 minutes or so. And I'll go ahead and lead it in today. And all you have to do is follow along. But there will be a time, we'll have about probably 20 minutes or so in silence. But while you're in the silence, you'll be doing some things specifically that I'll point out as we go along. So to begin with, just begin to bring your attention to here, where we call the seat of the soul. It's above the eyebrows and even towards the top of the head. Okay, so this is where we want to focus, for this is the place where the soul resides in the physical level. And we want to begin to bring our awareness into the soul of who we are. And if you like, you can close your eyes as well. Or if you leave your eyes open, just try to hold a gaze, a focus on one point, whether that's right on me in my voice, or whether it's anything, a spot on the wall. There's all different ways to meditate. The whole idea is to find a place of stillness and focus so we're not distracted. So closing the eyes is a way to let go of any outer distractions, as well as just making sure your environment, whether it's phones or other things around it, is as quiet as possible, as well as putting the body in a comfortable position, whether you're sitting up or laying down, it's all okay. We want the body to be relaxed, but yet supported, so that you can maintain an inner focus and not necessarily fall asleep, but actually hold the focus within the meditation. So just take a few deep breaths. This can help the body relax and get settled in. And as you do, just keep drawing your attention to the seat of the soul. And just become more aware of that divine presence within you. Often it can be felt as a slight pressure, the sensations around the forehead and top of the head. And as you relax into it, that loving can move down through your whole body. It often comes with a peace and a stillness. And it's common to see an inner light, such as the white or purple. Other colors may show up as well. But the white light and the purple light are direct actions of the Holy Spirit as we open to allow God's loving in to assist us in this inner journey of awakening. In fact, we can invite it in and just open up. And I'll offer up a prayer. You can follow along. Just having a clear intention. So Lord God, just now, we open to receive your loving, your light, and your sound. We ask that your Holy Spirit fill us and surround us, bringing with it all of your grace, your blessings, your guidance and understanding. We ask for your support as we move within, to move through those lessons and karmas that we are to fulfill in our soul's journey through this physical creation. And we ask that you assist us in freeing us up of those things that can be let go of at this time, and that your Holy Spirit go before us, preparing the way for that which is yet to be experienced. And we do our part of keeping our eye on you, of just living your loving and allowing your loving to live us. And we give thanks for this time with you and the opportunity to come into the greater knowing of ourselves, of who we truly are, and our oneness with you. And for all this, we are grateful. Amen. So just begin to direct your attention upwards now from the seat of the soul, where you begin to look within that inner sky. As mentioned before, you may see that white or purple light. Or if it's just dark, just hold your attention upwards. Sometimes you may even see into this inner sky. Just always looking for the brightest light, or even visualizing what we call the inner radiant form of the Holy Spirit or the spiritual teacher. And it can be simply that purple light. So just find that place within to hold your gaze. And just allow yourself to relax into this one pointed focus. Just looking for that inner light, or even visualizing as needed. And anytime you find your body getting tense, just take in a deep breath and let go. For we want the body just to be relaxed and receptive as we're taking the time to really be present with spirit, with that movement of God's loving. And just know, all of this is to support us in the awakening into knowing the truth of who we are as that living, loving essence of God. And so, as you continue holding this inner focus, watching the inner light, I'm going to bring forward the sound, the name, that tone of the hue, H-U. For in that sound is the frequency of God's loving. And as we chant it or sing it, whether out loud or silently within, it begins to attune us and align us with that action of loving. So just allow your inner hearing to become aware as well as you continue to watch this inner light and listen for that sound and frequency of the hue. You may hear it as a low hum. And we're going to also chant it out loud in a moment. First, we want to be receptive and open and listen for the inner sound as well as watching the inner light. For it is the light and sound together that make up the fullness of God's loving. So just relax, receive, be open for God's loving to move in you and through you, however God wishes. All we have to do is hold this focus open and receive, allowing God to fill us up to overflowing. So just breathe it in and breathe it out. And so during this time of meditation, there's two actions. One is receiving, and then the other is giving. So we want to find a natural flow of moving between receiving loving and giving loving. So as we receive the loving, we just allow ourselves to be filled up from head to toe until it overflows and moves beyond us. At some point during this movement, if you pay attention, you may become aware that there's a shift in that movement where it now begins to move back upwards and it returns back towards God. For this is a movement of us sharing our loving with God. So just allow yourself to experience that upward movement where you may see or feel or hear that loving move upwards now, back to the source from which it's come. And just add your loving into it with that intention of simply, I love you, Lord, however that is inside of you as it moves. We can allow the sound, the hue, to support that action. We can also begin to chant that. I'm going to chant the hue out loud 3 times. You can chant as well or just listen. Just take in a deep breath, and the exhale will begin. And just keep on chanting, whether you're doing it out loud or silently within yourself, as you continue to share your loving with God. And as we move into a time of silence, just continue this action of sharing your loving with God. And in a few minutes or so, once again receive God's loving for you. And just do this back and forth, allowing the loving to awaken us and bring us into that awakening and knowing of our oneness with God. So once again, just allowing your attention to return to the seat of the soul in that inner meditation with the hue and the inner light. Just bringing your attention back to the seat of the soul, but yet focused into spirit still. As you become more present in the body, just keep looking and listening through that spiritual eye center. Just being aware of that inner light and sound of God's loving. Then just begin to allow that loving to move from the seat of the soul down through the body, just enlivening the body with that loving. Just breathing it in and breathing it out. You may even feel it in the cells and atoms, even as a tingling or slight sensation moving through you or around you, even in the aura around you. Just be aware, however that is for you, whether you feel it or see it or hear it. Just know this loving as it moves around you. And all we have to do is surrender and allow. For the loving knows what to do. There's no need for us to try to control it, but rather just let go and truly let God as we surrender and discover God's ways as God unfolds us. And if you wish, you can open your eyes, just still being present. It's okay to keep your eyes closed if you'd like. Would you like to share? You want me to?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. All right, so I'll have to see how this comes out. It's kind of interesting for me, so I'm going to just try to talk about it or describe it because there's a lot of, I guess, what I'd call like a pressure and energy. And it's something I've been, watching and just becoming more aware of that, we each have things in life that, let's just say, cause stress. If that's a general catch-all word I can use, that is stressful, where we find ourselves in situations, circumstances, relationships, where we feel these pressures inside of us and maybe even outside of us coming at us, where we just feel this pressure like we're supposed to do something or be a certain way, and we often don't know what to do with that, right? When we think somebody's expecting something of us, or we are expecting something of ourselves, we think we're supposed to say or do, or how we're supposed to be, or how we think, others should be. what we expect of others. We all have these things in us, and all these are literally energies that when we have all these certain expectations, which come out of belief systems, all these habitual ways of thinking or believing, or even feelings. I remember years ago when I was learning about all these feelings moving in me, and one day Spirit just literally said in this inner experience I had, these feelings are just habitual. Literally, it's almost like there's no rhyme or reason. Like in the past, maybe there might have been a reaction or response to certain things going on, but then those energies or feelings became habitualized. They just run automatically. And we may find in our lives similar things that because of all the years of being certain ways, of believing certain ways, and feeling the way we feel, so that it just runs on auto. It's just automatic now. That's what we call a habit or habitual. It's just running us basically. And so we have all these things in life. I don't know what to call them right now. That's why I said I'm kind of searching actually how to describe all this of the inner and the outer coming at us or us from within us, how we think things should be. And so it can create this stress or tension inside of ourselves. Like, well, what do we do with this? How do we respond? How do we behave? Do we do anything? Do we shut up? Do we say something? Do we hold back our opinions or our beliefs and not say anything so we don't rock the boat? Or do we say something, give expression to what's going on in us, and knowing that it might cause reaction, and taking the risk anyway? And these are things I know we all deal with probably on a daily basis for the most part, but especially when there's times in life when there's more responsible decisions to be made. When we need to make those choices that we may not want to make because we're afraid of whatever repercussions or results or reactions that might happen. And it causes this stress internally that not only can give us doubt or confusion in a mental level, but then even emotionally, our emotions, we can be feeling all this pressure inside of us building up, and we don't know what to do with it because the mind is so confused. And so we don't know which way to go, what to do. So we usually contract just out of protection and survival. But yet, we know inside of us we've got to do something, right? We've got to make certain choices. And there are some times in life that a lot of things kind of build up where maybe multiple choices we need to make that we can't hold back anymore. Like things have been happening, certain patterns within us or situations in the world around us, and people and relationships or obligations or responsibilities that we know we need to do something with, to fulfill, to take care of, to be responsible, even if that is just avoiding it, right? But that's what usually happens when we avoid these things, is when all these pressures build up inside of us, to the fact of even having, physical impact on our health. It could cause high blood pressure, people, even when it builds enough, to heart attacks and strokes, to different illnesses, if it's a little more mild, mental problems, to ulcers, to you name it. There's so many things in today's world that we see that are more common now. Anxiety, that's a big one, right? Anxiety. So there's the mental, emotional health as well as the physical. That these are all responses that we're going through because of all these energies looking for movement, expression, to find balance. And so these things get all backed up, clogged up, congested, and they're just trying to find a natural channel to move, right? But when we avoid things because we're afraid of making certain choices we know we need to make, often we don't want to make them, not only out of the fear of the reaction it might cause, but also because of all these old habits. These old habits, again, the beliefs, the emotions, the even physical routines we have. I mean, the body's, animalistic in nature. It likes routine, right? Everybody talks, get a good routine, right? Get a good night's sleep, have your hours set and follow the hours, have that good routine, your daily habits, hopefully they're good habits, but then there's the bad habits we all struggle with. It's all of that. But even the good habits we develop, like getting enough sleep, like having a good diet, like getting exercise, like, doing things responsible with work and taking care of ourselves and our family, our kids, or, responsibilities at work or whatever it may be. So that is healthy. But yet there could be this part of us that struggles with all this because of these old habits. Okay. And we'll find ourselves at certain times where the situations in life, in a sense, it seems like it's forcing us to a place where we can no longer avoid what's going on because these pressures build up and they push and push on us, that the longer we avoid them, the more stress it causes and eventually can impact us all the ways I just described. So at some point, whether we like it or not, and we've been avoiding not making those decisions or choices we know we need to do and deal with and handle, that it becomes so much that either we go into some type of kind of a breakdown process, whether it be with our health and whatever the situations in life, and or we finally take the actions, do what we need to do, make the choices we need to make. And this is the hard part because inside of us, we actually know what we need to do. We just may not want to do it, right? What's a good one? Good example, like, okay, so we're like, we all know we should exercise and eat healthy, right? Just to take care of ourselves. But yet some part of us is like, if we're in a routine of not doing that, this animal nature habitualized of doing things a certain way will offer this resistance, and that resistance causes a stress in itself. Like that part of us knows, like, wow, okay, I really do need to exercise because I know it'll help not only with the body's health, but again, it'll even help move these energies I was talking about on that physical level. But that can even help mentally, emotionally, as we know, if you look at it holistically. Or even dietary. It's like, well, but I like all these sweets and treats and whatevers, and sometimes I have too much of those at the expense of, eating the healthier stuff, right? And we get in these habits that are kind of our routines, and over time they build up and cause this stress inside of us. And at some point, that stress becomes so much we know we need to make choices, different choices in what we've been doing, but yet we resist or struggle with actually not only making the choice, but then following through and doing what we need to do. The responsible thing, in other words. Grow up and be an adult. No, that's how the animal nature is. It's like the child, right? So we got to deal with that. Okay, how do I do the adult thing and still handle and deal with that inner child? Because most of us have been conditioned to try to be the adult and responsible at the expense of that child inside of us. So we suppress it. So there's that factor too. And that's another thing that we often talk about when we talk about inner child work or basic self, that part of us where it's been, that part of us is often where it's been hurt because there is so much control, suppression of that part of us to, behave, be an adult, act mature, be responsible, and do all that. So some part of us naturally rebels against that all of our lives. So how do we find that balance with that? And obviously a lot of you here have been coming around, know when we talk about the LAF for loving, accepting, forgiving, a lot of that is doing a lot of that inner healing work with the inner child. But that inner healing work with the inner child is where a lot of the karmas are. So a lot of the lessons are contained in there. So as we do that inner work, it helps to open up, right? So the loving comes in. We forgive those situations, circumstances, things that we've gone into reaction with, that where we've really shut down. We open it up so the loving can come in there and begin to free things up, fulfill the karmas so that they get released. We do all that inner work to open it up. And we have those times where we're like, oh my God, we're so much happier. We feel better because of doing that inner work. But yet there's still these situations in life that just don't seem to change, that we still have to deal with. And so we struggle with how do we handle these things and make these choices that are hard choices, but still honor, that inner child as well. Well, one thing to understand, that inner child also is not just about playing around, that childlike nature, but it also is dealing with survival. So it's there to help us take care of ourselves, mentally, emotionally, as well as physically, but basic survival with the roof over the head, and food and all this. So that deals with this time and age of money, since we're not, the old hunter-gatherers or barter systems. So, job, money, how do we handle that? And so it helps us with that as well. But it also gives us this wonderful feedback of when something really feels aligned, so that that basic self is not suppressed, so that we can have more joyful relationships, have some more joy in what we're doing, even the things we are making responsible decisions and choices with. So we get that participation, so that we can even go into work, even if there's a job we're doing that we're always stressed and may not like. But when we have that inner alignment with the child, knowing like, oh, we need this for survival, but how can I find some ways to maybe bring more joy into what I'm doing? And sometimes it's just being nicer to the people around you, cracking a joke, smiling at somebody, wishing somebody a nice day, or just saying hello, even at that level. Like, a lot of people, we make the joke around here when you just see somebody and you go right into now work stuff, questions, logistics. Oh, and by the way, hello, that human part. It's funny, but it's true. We all do that, and that basic self in us wants to be acknowledged, that inner child. It's about connection, wants to connect, me and you, right? That's why we've got to handle all these inner selves, as we know that inner child, that adult self, and the higher self, what we call conscious self, basic self, high self, all that we've talked about in the past. So we have these things within us that are dealing with what I'm talking about, because that's where all the conditioning is. And that inner child is where a lot of that conditioning is stored in this animal nature. So it's running on habit, okay, on auto. So we need to realize, not only does it take time to reprogram or re-educate or retrain ourselves in the new ways, and that's part of it, because a part of us sometimes just really doesn't like change. And so we fight it or resist it. But yet the longer we do that, called avoidance again, those energies start to back up in us. Jim has a saying, first God whispers in the ear, taps you on the shoulder, and then hits you over the head with the 2x4. And everybody's like, oh, I just don't want the 2x4, but yet that seems to be the way most of us work. And I know it's just kind of how it is. But over time, if we pay enough attention to these energies, and especially today, like I'm acknowledging more the stresses that build up because of avoidance, of not making different choices or new choices or healthier choices or better choices. I don't care what you call them, but just something that's going to move the energy in a more uplifting, supportive, productive, positive way. that's going to create a greater alignment for your overall well-being, let alone move you along in life so that you continue, learning and fulfilling your lessons and you're moving towards your freedom and liberation, as you do the inner work like we share in ILM, as well as do your life physically. All works together. But it's that process internally of how do we align so that it does work together. And that's what I'm talking about, is that inner alignment of how we handle that and deal with it, and understanding these stressors, not only how they affect us, that's part of the awareness, but then really taking that responsibility. And here we say, take responsibility for your thoughts, your feelings. Oh my God, right there. And your actions and reactions. So just taking responsibility means, even in the beginning, just listening. Stop avoiding, pay attention to what is that stress, what's causing that, why do I feel that pressure, why am I reaction, why am I confusion, why am I worrying, right? Even the normal stuff. Well, yeah, we worry about our finances, we worry about our health, we worry about our family, all these things that worry. Those are the stressors, though, that are coming from just what I'm talking about, those thoughts and beliefs and all. And so there's this process that we go through pretty much probably every day, but phases of it, where it's more intense at times, is that, 2x4's coming because we didn't hear the whisper, the tap on the shoulder, and something happens in life by default, not by our choosing freely, but by default. That's usually the 2x4 thing, that something happens, like some major health thing, something happens like a car accident, something happens with the family, a big blow up, somebody breaks up with somebody else, somebody quits their job or gets fired, all these types of things that are a little more major in life. But most of us look at that as a negative, as a bad thing when these situations happen. But if you understand, and let's just take Jim's nice sharing of, whispering in the ear, tapping on the shoulder, or the 2x4, right? The 2x4 always sounds negative, right? Because it's hurtful, painful. And that's usually the big, things that are not pleasant, to say the least. But think about this. If it's God whispering in your ear, if it's God tapping you on the shoulder, if it's God hitting you with the 2x4, well, isn't that a good thing? Isn't that God trying to guide us and move us along in life? But yet, we sit here in resistance. We sit here in reaction because we feel this pressure, and God's trying to guide us along, and we're going, no, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Don't care if it's out of habit. I'm comfortable. Don't want to change. Like things the way, well, I don't like things the way they are, but I don't want to change anyway. I'm comfortable with it now. But yet it's God trying to move us along. So then when the 2x4 comes and we have these upsetting situations that seem on the surface negative by all appearances, whatever the blow up, explosion, or 2x4 situation, but we sit there and judge ourselves. What did I do wrong? Or what did they do to me, right? Play the victim. It's their fault. What didn't I learn here? Why didn't I pay attention? Oh, dang it, I knew that was my intuition. I didn't follow it once again. So then we beat ourselves up. Instead of going, wow, thank you, God, for finally knocking some sense into me and knocking me forward out of where I was stuck because I didn't make the choice freely on my own. And God's going, yeah, I know, I was trying to support you all along, but you can't let those energies back up too much. You need to start moving forward at some point. Otherwise, you think this was rough. It's a lot rougher if this didn't happen. Called, okay, well, let's finish that life and Good luck with the next one, right? There's varying degrees, obviously, of this. But what if we started really looking at that 2x4? That's the last resort, of course, okay? But once we have enough of the 2x4s, eventually we go, okay, I'm trying to duck and dodge that 2x4. Well, then we go, well, maybe there's an easier way. Maybe I could listen for the whisper. That's called intuition, right? Listen for the whisper, follow that intuition, and not hold back just because we're in our habit and we don't want to. Or what? A tap on the shoulder. You know, those coincidences in life when things show up. We go, wow, that was interesting. And then we leave it at that rather than follow through maybe and move forward with whatever that interesting thing was. See where it leads us. All these things show up in life because God works not only from within us, but all around us, assisting us and waking us up, helping us to fulfill those lessons we're here to learn. But we have to pay attention enough in order to really learn that. So are we paying attention? And not only paying attention, but then willing to follow through and take the actions now to do something different or new, or maybe it's old. Maybe it's something we did in the past that really worked well, but then we just don't do it anymore, like exercise, right? We all go in and out of that probably. I know I have. I was so disciplined for years and years. And then I started taking a little breaks here and there, and then I could go for a period of time, then I get into it again, and then I don't, it's like that. It's like, okay, so it's something old we've done before, but yet maybe we need to start it up again and do it more consistently, maybe for a little longer period of time, right? So those little examples like that. And it could be major stuff too. Like changing a job or a relationship, or maybe we need to finally make that move, out of state somewhere else. I don't know. Called the bucket list, maybe. Or as you guys know, the other list I talked about, right? The bucket list and we'll have to censor this one, the bucket list. Get it done, in other words. So we get it done. Check that off. So look at the things in life where we've been holding back and have been building up the stress that comes as this. I feel like a pressure. That's why I was describing it. In fact, it's nice. That's why I like sharing these things, because as I talk about them, I feel those energies start to get answered and like come to more to peace. And that pressure I was feeling to start is a lot less now. But I'll feel it that way, like this pressure that just builds up and causes a stress, or where people would go into anxiety. So pay attention to that feedback your body's giving you, let alone any intuition or anything else, or people around you for that matter. But we've got to be willing to listen to the feedback, no matter where it's coming from. Truly evaluate it, right? Look at it. Don't just blindly do something, but also don't blindly resist something as well, right? Two sides of the same coin, neither one's going to work for you, but rather to look at things, to listen, and then to see maybe if there's something you can do, especially if you get feedback repeatedly, not just from people but even it just shows up here or there, or even, what can we say? You're out and about doing something that just shows up independently, like, what the heck? Why'd that show up? Whatever it is. So this inner knowing is inside of there, but God sets it up that'll help with the outer reflection to bring it forward from within us. That's basically what I'm trying to get at. Because I know a lot in here, with all the meditation focus we have, most of us try to get it all inside. And as much as I'd love all that, it's never been that way for Jim or I, even though we get a lot, especially Jim. But there's still often those 2x4s that show up, or, the whispers and the taps to assist in getting to pay attention. Because sometimes we're just not paying attention, not even trying to avoid, we're just not paying attention. So it can be literally that simple, or truly we are avoiding and we know it and we just refuse to do it no matter what the reason. And just look at those things. If you're really one who's trying to live this pathway of loving, well, it involves being responsible, realistic. You know, one of my favorite words is real. It's got to be real. There are certain things in life that need to be handled that are done a certain way. That's what I call being real. You can't live in a fantasy. Well, I wish it were different than that. Well, that's great. You can have a fantasy and wish it were different, but the fact is, this is how it is. That's called being real. You know, a lot of people say, well, in the real world, when I use real, I'm talking about every level. Obviously, spirit's the only real thing, but then as it manifests or expresses through the levels of reflection, you know, it's guiding us and we're finding our way through those levels. And that's why it's even important to take care and be responsible on the physical level, because that's where a lot of that real guidance is through these physical, practical experiences and relationships and responsibilities. So it's important to see that for what it is and to pay attention to those areas where we rebel or resist what we know we need to take responsibility with or get real with, and start to work with that. That's where that LAF work. It's like, okay, so if we're going to take responsibility and a part of us that resists and rebels, it's where we want to work with bringing in the loving and accepting and forgiving that, not making it wrong, not judging ourselves. It's not a bad thing. But yet that's what we've been trained or conditioned in the world, right? Well, okay, you're not going to do it. Here's your punishment. Okay. So that's what we're used to. So that's a lot of the struggle, is the fear around the punishment. But, you know, as an adult or as you grow up, even though that conditioning is there, you don't need to do that self-punishment now that maybe you received as a kid. You can begin to change that and say, wow, okay, you know what? I forgive those people and situations that punished me. I can accept that's what was there, but I can also now move into loving with myself and all that, and as a new way forward, rather than judging myself or, you know, reacting out of the fear of being punished, but rather out of now supportive action. Hey, when I do this, when I'm responsible, that's an action of loving myself now. Maybe another nice way to say it is, instead of just being responsible, saying, I'm taking loving responsibility, because this is a way that not only takes care of me and those around me, but it is truly an action of loving or self-love, if you want to put it that way. And so anytime there's a movement of loving, that's the important thing, obviously, what I'm trying to get at here. And we'll know, because when we take those responsible actions of loving, we always feel good. It's like, wow, I handled it, I did it. You both have a sense of relief, which is where the peace is, but you also will start having a sense of accomplishment, of confidence. You'll start believing more in yourself. You'll start trusting yourself more. You'll start realizing, wow, I can do these things. So if you were afraid to do certain things, but then you give yourself the opportunity to do it, you know, take the baby steps, whatever it is. Go read, learn, get a tutor, do whatever you need to learn, but take the action steps, small or big. Because in doing that, you're going to start to feel good about yourself. And that's where the real loving begins to awaken. I mentioned exercise and, you know, whatever responsibilities in the world, but the same thing's true for our meditation. How many of us avoid meditating? Whether it's out of habit or whether some part of us just resists going to meditate. You would rather do other things. We find distractions. We go do this or that. We're so busy with our social media stuff, we spend hours doing that, where what if we just took a little time to meditate, right? Well, I'm doing all my exercise, I'm being responsible with my finances, but I don't have time to meditate because I'm doing all this, right? Well, those are all the choices we get to look at. But if you really want more loving and that guidance and support from God to now do the more loving actions that are going to be uplifting and supportive rather than the old habitual things we've been doing out of fear because we're afraid of being punished. Very different way to live life, isn't it? So if we can see that maybe spending some time in meditation to open us up to that loving, it's going to be a lot easier to hear those whispers from God for one, let alone the taps on the shoulder so we don't need the 2x4s. But in that movement of loving, as we do the meditation, it's going to support every level, including the basic self, that inner child, as well as the conscious self to give it that guidance, and the higher self to fulfill a lot of these karmic lessons we as soul came in to learn. So that meditation opens us up into that flow of loving that aligns every part of ourselves, as well as it creates an alignment then that moves us along in life, even all of our physicality and practicality. So we live the realness of spirit on every level. It's the only way I know how. I used to take responsible actions, with the exercise, eating well, and doing the jobs and taking care of yourself in the world. But man, at times, if I wasn't meditating, then I would still have all this stress or depressions or whatever's, because that part was lacking. So take a look at that in your own life. Don't make anything right or wrong, but realize everything we do is choices. Even when we do the responsible things, it's a choice. But also it makes a difference where we're coming from in making those choices. Because if a lot of the choices we made, like I said, were based on fear, like of the punishment or judgment of doing it wrong type of stuff, well, the good news is you're doing something responsible. The bad news is why you're doing it. So in other words, as you do it, you've got this other energy now that in a sense is going to kind of ruin it. So let's look at how we can begin to unruin things, to begin to release that energy of maybe where fear was the motivator and replace it with loving. And that's where that inner work with LAF and the meditation especially just itself will often do that. It's often self-curative, so to speak. All we've got to do is let the loving in, and the loving will begin to transform that fear automatically. We don't have to ask God. It helps to ask God because in asking, it brings all the cells inside of us into alignment with God. But automatically, that's what loving does. Is God, we allow God in, that loving is going to help bring alignment and transform all these things from fear that have been causing all the stress and why we've been avoiding making choices we know we need to make. And it usually is because of fears of whatever going on. But if we allow the loving to come in and give it up to God through that action of meditation, and let the loving come in and transform the fear, then the loving is now becomes our inspiration and motivation. And that's now the cause, so to speak, by which we take responsibility and make those choices that we know we need to make, let alone do. But now the loving is what's doing it. And therein is where our fulfillment is. If we do things out of fear, it's never going to be fulfilled. It's going to be the old habitual patterns. A lot of habits are created out of fear. But if we can let the loving come in and transform that, and now let the loving move us in our actions, even if it creates new habits, that it's one as a movement of loving, that transforms everything. Let alone brings in some peace and joy. And like I said, builds self-trust and self-confidence. That's uplifting. That's what we're seeking, right? We all are one way or another. We just don't know how, so we'll often try to find those fixes, whether it's drugs, alcohol, sexual addictions, desserts, sugar, whatever, we do it all kinds of ways. I'm out watching TV or flipping through social media. We all have these patterns where we deal with these energies, but dealing with it is not moving it. It's just avoiding and prolonging, and that's why those stresses build up so much until we can't avoid it anymore. Okay. So, in other words, I'm giving some information that we all not only deal with in life, but another way to look at handling these things responsibly, not just through our choices physically, but realize where those choices come from. Because if we make a new choice, but that choice is coming out of the fear and the conditioning, well, temporarily that may maybe do something better, like, oh my God, I'm so afraid if I don't exercise, no, I am going to have a heart attack. Okay, well, there's a good choice, but it still has that fear, right? So it's that fear energy that causes the stress, is what I'm trying to get at. So if we can really now do the meditation and let loving come in, well, we already know and understand from the fear we need to do these things to take care of ourselves. But now let the loving be more that motivation or inspiration that we ride on in doing these actual things. Then it's truly transformative and can be an actually nice, pleasant, uplifting experience rather than one where we feel like we're pushing ourselves through it. This is miserable. I don't want to do this. I hate this. Well, yeah, because it comes out of all these other habits that were built on these old conditionings of the world. So begin to look at not only replacing these old habits and conditions, but how we do it. Do what we can to bring the loving in now. Not only to do the LAF forgiveness, give it all up to God, but also let God's loving come into these things. So that is the way by which we're moving now. And then we can really listen to God's whispers and taps on the shoulder. And just remember, even when we get the 2x4, if it's coming from God, that's a good 2x4, because it's moving us in life and hopefully knocking out of us all the old fear and conditioning, so that even if it's a choice by default where we have to now do it differently, that now we can do it with loving and that fear is complete. And we go, thank you, God, for the 2x4. I'm so grateful because now, because of that, through that 2x4, that loving has now finished and completed that which I could not seem to do myself. Thank you, God, for assisting me and even maybe doing it for me to help release me to go forward in a new way. And now we can go forward in a new way. And that's the key. But now in that forward in the new way, we need to always remember to look up. We always say it in here. Jim always says, God first, God only. And the other part we've been saying lately is look up. If you just look up, that's how you make God first and God only, so that everything you do is now that movement of God's loving. And as we know, the meditation is the most direct way to look up and to really now allow that loving to fill us to overflowing. And then it will move us. We really give the time, like we, recommend in ILM, 10% of the day or 2.5 hours. That gives you time to really fill up and let it overflow and move you now in that overflow. Then it's really more of an inspiration rather than pushing yourself out of obligation like the world teaches You are moved by loving and inspiration like Spirit operates. And that's the real key and shift we want to look at here. See, loving's always going to move us to fulfill ourselves, to uplift us, to learn the lessons, to bring us home, because that's what loving does. And eventually we realize that. And then we start to look directly to loving rather than just looking to God to help us with our physical life, because it can sound like that's what I'm saying right now. But that's part of what happens. So I like to address that. But eventually we realize, oh my God, God's assisting me in my physical life, but yet God's the source of all life. Let me start looking to God, the source of all life, and begin to realize, oh my God, God always has been and really is the whole goal, destination, and journey all along. Because in truth, this is not just about your soul's journey through this world. It's really about your journey through God and back into that oneness. And so therein lies the real facts and the realness, but we just have to wake up and realize that. I like that, real and realize, and put those two together before. Okay. Turn on your...
I guess it's my turn. As Brian was talking, I brought back a lot of memories of me growing up as a child, and how I kept putting God first in my life. And it was really easy to do because God was just right there in front of me. And so choosing into God was very easy. And not choosing so much into the world, not getting caught up in the things of the world, was also easy because my desire, my want was to know God, to be with God, to feel God's loving in me to the fullest I could. And I didn't have all those words at the time when I was 5, 10, 12 years old, but I knew what I needed, I knew what I wanted, I knew where I wanted to go to, and that was into God. And so I kind of ignored a lot of the things of the world in order to maintain that focus. But as I got older, I found that the world was more demanding of me. By the age of 14, 15 years old, and going into high school and all, there was a lot more pressure around grades, around education, around paying attention. Um, and I had to kind of balance myself in the world as well as with spirit, where before I was really totally focused pretty much in spirit. And that's all I really wanted. But by the time I became 15, 16, 17 years old, the world was pulling on me, calling on me, telling me I had to be more responsible now. And I know at 17, all of a sudden I realized, oh my goodness, I'm going to be graduating from high school, and then what? And I had to start really thinking about that and planning towards that and figure out what is the what? What am I going to be doing? Where am I going to really be at that point in my life? And that pulled my attention away somewhat from my focus on God because my concern, my worry was about where I was going toward and was I prepared for it and really ready for it. And so I began to apply myself more at school. I began to do some of the things that seemed required in the world, even though they weren't. And and I got myself more involved in the world. And in a way, it was good because it helped me to develop relationships with people in a better way. It helped me to learn to communicate better in many different ways, and to open up and be available in the physical level to situations and to people. And I remember my father once told me when we were out going to go do some stuff, he said, I noticed lately that you're talking with me and your mom more than you used to. You used to be very, very quiet and off to yourself. What happened that you're, communicating with us and sharing with us more? And I said, I just figured I had to learn how to do that because uh, if I go out in the world and have to get a job or something, I've got to know how to, make my way through the world. And he said, well, that's smart. And I always had gone with my father on weekends to his place of work on Saturdays. And I would just watch people and observe things, and it was fun. I enjoyed it. And I'd go out in the back. There was a big parking lot in the back, and I would sit back there some and just be by myself and be more with God in the moment. But this time he said, come to the store and talk to some of the people, communicate better, and let's see what happens for you. So I did. I went, and there was a early morning group that always would come in and have coffee and donuts and sit around and talk before they started work. They'd usually start in around 6:30, 7 o'clock, and go until about 8:39, and off they would go. And so I started trying to fit into communication a little bit. And it was funny because all of a sudden here's this 17-year-old trying to talk with these guys that are in their 30s and 40s, and contractors, painters, people that build homes. And it was quite interesting to see their faces when I tried to fit in or make a comment. And this one man I remember very clearly, he was like maybe an owner of a company. I don't know, not the company that my dad worked for, but one of the construction companies or something that would come in. And he just said, uh, I like I like your enthusiasm, but you've got a lot to learn. And I didn't really understand that totally until many years later. Um, and then I ended up not going to college because of finances and things. And and I felt better about not doing it because I'd actually gone to a semester of classes to get started, and then I realized I really couldn't afford it. But I realized that my body, my mind was really focused elsewhere, and I needed to pay attention. And so I decided to go out and get a job, and I did. I started off in one place and slowly worked up my way to one store and another store and another store, and then slowly worked my way up to management. And and it just felt like a natural movement, a natural rhythm. But then in that store where had become a manager, I kind of settled in because I liked the energy. It was easy. It was good money. It was easy to do. It just got to be a very nice routine. And like Brian said, one day I had God tap me on my shoulder and whisper in my ear, and I didn't listen. God told me it was time to leave that place now because the karmas were done, the lessons had been learned, and it was time for me to move on. And I said, oh, come on. I'm making very good money for my age. I don't want to have to give that up and start all over again somewhere. And I didn't do it. I didn't leave. And I would get the whisper in the ear and I'd get the tap on the shoulder. And then one day, I mean, months and months after all that had started, months and months, the son of the owner of the company called me into his office and he fired me. And when he did, I looked at him and I realized, okay, I didn't listen, so this is the 2x4. And I turned to him and I said, thank you. Thank you for doing what I didn't have the energy or the courage to do. And that was to quit or to leave. And he looked at me and he said, I knew you were crazy. You're just outright crazy. And he told me to get out. And I was happy. I was happy because I was having God move me forward, even though I wouldn't move myself forward. And so I learned to listen a little bit more closely and take action even when I felt like I didn't want to, when God would whisper or tap me on the shoulder. What? Because I didn't want to go through another 2x4, but also I knew it was God wanting to move me forward. And I needed to pay attention to that because God only has the best of intention for us. He's not doing it just as a whim to torture us or to make us lose money and have to start all over again. He's there to help us learn our lessons and keep moving forward, especially if we're spending time in our meditation, in our daily practice of focusing on God and loving God and letting God love us. Those taps on the shoulder is God loving us and really trying to say, wake up, listen, pay attention. This is something important, and it's up to us to ever be attentive. And it's easy to get lazy. It's very easy to get lazy. And even as I get older, I find it's easier to get lazy. And so I'm ever working to continue to pay attention and to take action when I do hear that whisper. And I do hear them, and I do take action. And it makes a big difference. It's a lot easier to move on a whisper than on recovering from a hit of a 2x4, if you will. Because the world can swing a pretty good 2x4 at us. And it doesn't care if it hurts us or not. It just can do that because of the way the energy is moving. And I learned very early on after that first time to really pay attention and not get the 2x4. And the next company I was working for was a situation similar where all of a sudden I got the tap on the shoulder. I heard the whisper, I got the tap on the shoulder, and I mean that very day I decided to move on. And it was very funny. I had been hearing the whisper and I wasn't following it yet. I kept thinking, okay, I will do that, I will do that, I will do that. But I was reluctant or hesitant or whatever, lazy maybe. And then I got the taps on the shoulder and I went, all right, all right. And so I knew I had to do it. So I planned a day that I was going to quit, to announce to the owner that I was quitting. But I didn't know where I was going to go work. I wanted to have a place to go to, but I didn't. And so I was going to have to really move fast to get a job once I told her this. And the day started, and it was around 10 o'clock in the morning when a phone call came from a friend of mine, and she told me that she wanted me to quit the job that I was at because she lost her assistant manager and she needed an assistant manager that she could then train to be a manager because she was moving up in the company to a higher position and I could take over her position. and I'd actually make more money at that place than I had been making. And so I thought, okay, all I had to do was plan to quit, plan to move on, and God brought the next phase to me. So I told her I was leaving. I said I'd give her 2 weeks' notice, and but if it was okay, I would like to leave earlier because I actually have a different job lined up, and they need me as soon as possible. So she gave me a week, and then I left, and I went the next day after I had left there to start my new job. So I had two comparisons: hit on the head by a 2x4, or listen and pay attention and let things unfold and see how God is participating in those choices I made. And I found that always to be true, that God has always been there leading the way if I'll just move in the way that God is showing. And so I guess I hope, I pray and hope I continue doing that. But I do know what to pay attention for, and I do know what to listen for. And I haven't learned to duck, but I have learned to better take care of myself so I don't have to be concerned about that. But I do find that God does walk with us in every step, with every breath, with every movement, with every moment of our day. God is there with us in that action. And it's important for us to pay attention and ever be looking up to God first, putting God before us in all that we do. And I do that as best I can. I remember when I was a child and my dad and I were going to go somewhere, and I got in the car with my dad, and he started the engine and turned to back up out of the driveway. And I said, no, 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 we can't leave yet. And he said, what? And I said, no, we can't leave yet. And he said, why? And I said, because your angel isn't here. And every time we would go in a car somewhere, his guardian angel would lay on the hood, is how I saw it, and lead the way or guard the way. And the angel hadn't shown up yet. And then all of a sudden it did. And I said, oh, okay, we can go. And my dad just looked at me like, okay, here we go. Because he had said, I'm going whether they're here or not. And that's when the angel showed up. So I've just found that God's always present. We are not always aware of it by any means. I'm not always aware of it by any means. But God is ever with us and assisting us if we will take the assistance, if we will pay attention, if we will really put God first and let God demonstrate to us what God can do and will do with us and for us if we will allow it. And that's the big thing, if we will allow it. We have to choose God first. We have to choose to pay attention to what God is saying, what God is putting before us, what God is pointing to. And that takes being mindful, being attentive, being aware. And meditation and prayer really does help us to become more and more aware of some of these sensitive energies, this gentle movement of energy around us, because God moves in gentle ways. God doesn't push, God doesn't shove, God doesn't force. And so you have to learn how to pay attention to that gentle way of God, the loving way of God, the nurturing way of God. And I have. I learned that early on. But I always have to constantly remind myself, what are you listening to? What are you following? What energy is in front of you? And then if I pay attention, I always will look up first and say, okay, God, you lead the way. You show me the way. You demonstrate to me. And God will. Ask and you shall receive. And God has done that so many times in my life, I can't even begin to tell you all of them. But it's been amazing ways, it's been miraculous ways, it's been wonderful ways, and it's always been supportive. God is ever supporting us in our movement forward, in our movement towards the grace, the loving, the liberation. Even those people that are not meditating, God is ever supporting them in towards the action of liberation, because it's God's loving of you and wanting you to come home that will get you home. And the more you can spend time in meditation, the more time you give to God, the easier it is for you to really see that and understand that and to follow that, because you begin to really witness in your own life, in your daily life, God's presence and God's action in your daily movement forward. And even though we're not aware that we're always moving forward, we really are. With every breath we take, there's a movement forward, because the life is moving forward. The life is continuing to move in this body, and that life is moving forward in awareness and lessons being learned, or opportunities coming to be learned. And it's just up to us to know that and to choose into that. So many people walk around ignorant, not paying attention, and not really getting the reward that's there for them if they did pay attention. And sometimes the rewards are very subtle, not obvious, but other times they are very present and very obvious in my life and in yours. And the more I meditate, the more I find how obvious so many of them really are, but we have to be able to see and feel and be aware of that movement of God's grace in our lives to know that. If we aren't meditating, then we're going to find we're not quite so sensitive to that movement. We're not so much awake and aware to that movement because we haven't woken up on those higher levels within ourselves. With meditation, we begin where we start, at whatever level of consciousness that is. But in meditation, we slowly rise up, up, in awareness, in our conscious waking up. What we're waking up to is that which we're looking up to. We're looking up to God, that's the seat of the soul right here, and on higher to God. And so we find ourselves slowly, gradually waking up at a higher and higher frequency of consciousness within God itself. And it's for us to continue doing that through our meditation practice, and then paying attention and see, where do we see God in action in our life daily? How do we see God moving in our lives? What do I see inside? What do I feel inside? What am I hearing inside? What do I know now that I didn't know 3 years ago that is of a higher nature, about myself, about creation, about God, about loving, however it might manifest? And it's surprising to really see just how much God is moving in our lives if we're paying attention. I kept a journal for years, and I actually had like 3 or 4 journals going for different events in my life. And one was at the end of the day, I would write down, where did I see God in movement today in my life? And it was interesting to go back and read the past of weeks ago, months ago, whatever, about how I saw God moving in my life today. And it just seemed like it was unfolding. And my awareness of God and God's movement in my life became much more awake and aware, and I just wasn't so focused into the downturns of life, the problems and the challenges, because God was leading me around them or through them in gentle ways, so that I didn't have to deal with the world the way maybe I would have had to deal with otherwise. So you might want to try that sometime. Journal where did I see God in my life today? Or what happened today that made me more aware of God's action in my life? However you want to write it. But I just found that to be remarkable, and it really helped me to start paying more attention to those higher events that were happening in my life that were very subtle often. And if I hadn't been paying attention, I would not have seen it. I would have not been aware of it. And I remember how much I knew prayer was also important. For me, the meditation was my time with God, to just be with God, to be in loving with God, and let God be in loving with me. And that was vital. That was vital. Before anything else, I put that first. But I also put prayer as a second. And prayer is talking with God, asking of God, sharing with God, and letting God respond or not respond. And I remember when I was very young, my best friend in elementary school and junior high, and I went over to their house one day, and his brother had come home, an older brother, and he and his wife were going to divorce, and it seemed like a pretty rough relationship. And my best friend, was very upset because he liked her very much. He liked his brother too, but he really liked her and thought she was just wonderful. And I remember going home and praying and talking to God about this relationship. And I began to pray every day, that somehow God could bring them back together and find a solution so that they could stay married. And I prayed and I prayed and I prayed. For 2 whole months, I prayed the same prayer. And that was my time of prayer, was praying for this to happen. And um, then one day when I was praying, I heard, God's will be done, not yours. And I said, then let it be your will that they stay together. And God, it was like God laughed. God said, you got me there. It is my will. And so a few days later, I heard from my friend that uh, his brother and his wife had gotten back together, and they had seemingly a wonderful relationship after that. And so I knew prayer worked, and I had other experiences even earlier than that that proved to me that prayer worked, and that's why I do pray daily, just to share with God, to talk with God about stuff that's on my mind, or things that are concerning me, or things I would like to see work out somehow. So do spend some time in prayer every day, because meditation is one thing. It's about loving God and God loving you. But then prayer is a way to move those things that you have that are bothering you, that concern you, that you just want to see God in action there for the better good of all concerned, and see what happens. I've witnessed some major miracles and major healings, actually, through what I would call my prayer time. And I don't spend a lot of time in prayer every day, but I would say a good 15 to 30 minutes a day in prayer. And it's a nice time. It's a quiet time. Meditation is learning how to stay centered and focused and awake at higher frequencies, at higher levels of yourself. But prayer is almost a heart-to-heart communication with you and God. It's you sharing from your heart of loving, and you're sharing to the heart of God's loving. And just asking God, sharing with God, giving God opportunity to be of service to other people. And it does work. It's an amazing, amazing thing. So do keep God first and foremost, and always be looking up, because that's where you're going to connect to God. That's where you're going to find God, is looking up. God is in that upward movement above all of this creation and above all things. And so if you look up, you connect quicker and easier to God. That's why we ask you to look up in your meditation. Look up above the brow center, the third eye. Look up above and into the what you might call the crown chakra, and on up higher than that and higher than that and higher than that. So that you connect with all that is of God. And God is of a separate creation. God is sitting outside of this creation, observing, participating, sharing with us. And so we need to look inward and upward above this creation. We have to look above our own needs, our own physicalities, our own wants, even of the spirit, and just see God in its true loving presence, and just share with God that loving, and anything that we are concerned about or might cause separation within us if we were just not to give it over to God. I hope that makes sense. It makes sense to me because I do it and I live it. But the key is to start doing prayer if you don't normally do prayer, and just see what might unfold and learn how to pray. And, you know, Jesus gave us the Lord's Prayer, and it's a great, great prayer. And it contains in just a few words everything that is the spiritual pathway. It really does. And if we can pray that prayer and focus on each word, and let each word unfold and reveal itself to you, you're going to learn a lot very, very quickly about yourself, about God, about prayer, because it's all in those few words. So that's one thing I would say that might be very important for everyone to give focus to. I know we do emphasize meditation because that's the path of liberation. That's the path for the soul's liberation out of this creation and out of all creation and back into God itself. And that's what we want to be doing. That's first and that's foremost, with putting God first. But also, prayer is a way of answering movements in our life, answering questions, answering concerns. And it does move the energy to do just that. So consider prayer as a part of your daily life if you want. A lot of people do regularly. Don't make meditation and prayer the same thing, though. Meditation is really just waking up to God, waking up to God more and more every day. And let yourself really experience the true spirit of God that lives in you as a soul, and find out the truth of who you really are. And let prayer be that which helps you to handle your daily concerns and situations in the world, and make those two different actions. I know quite often I'll be meditating And when I feel like the meditation is coming to an end, I go, okay, God, now we're going to talk about my concerns or my fears or my wants. Um, and and I kind of define God. Okay, now we're moving into a different energy, a different movement. So just pay attention. I'm coming, and I approach God differently with words, with wants, with that energy of prayerful thought and intention. So I think that's got it for right now. I wish there was more, but that's what I'm seeing.
Well, since we have some time and we've done it multiple times, would you like to do a little meditation to wrap up
Oh, sure.
before our break?
Yeah, we can do that. So if you just want to close your eyes and do focus upward, upward to the Spirit, upward to God, upward to the loving, upward where you truly came from and where you dwell even right now. And just begin to share your loving with God. It can just be a simple statement of, I love you, God. I love you, Lord. I love you. And just keep sharing that with God. And in that action, in that movement, begin to feel God's loving coming forward for you and filling you up to overflowing. And be aware of a divine movement of the giving and receiving of loving. You sharing of your overflow with God's loving and loving God, and God sharing with you God's loving for you. And just be in that divine flow of giving and receiving. And in that movement, you begin to realize there is no beginning and there is no end. It's ever movement, ever flowing, ever present in that divine flow of giving and receiving with God, and God ever giving and receiving with you. And just continue sharing your loving with God. And open and receive God's loving. And let yourself live into that flow of giving and receiving. And know that this is taking place all the time, not just in this moment of meditation. This flow is ever present, ever happening. And it's just up to us to choose to live into that and share in that all the time. And as you bring that forward now into more of a conscious state, you can begin to move your body and open your eyes and make yourself available in the world as a living, loving essence of God.
All right, you ready for the first one?
Sure.
Can you hear me okay over there?
Yeah, same over there, I hope.
Yeah. Okay.
Here we go.
Question. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, I'm sending this question Sunday night, Australia time, as I'm not able to tune in live to tomorrow's class. I have not listened to or watched any ILM talks, but a great friend who is initiated suggested I write to you with a question I have, and I appreciate any insight you have on this issue. I'm wondering how to finally and once and for all release from my stomach what I describe as a disappointment and letdown hangover from the last 10 years, which has been stuck like a hard ball in my solar plexus, affecting my breathing with chronic asthma and coughing. Disappointment and letdown with humanity all the way down to extended family and people in general. I would love to know, if at all possible, if you can shed any light or offer any advice on how I can release this, as I'm so tired of carrying it around inside of me without resolution, no matter how hard I've tried. With much thanks and gratitude from Australia.
Wait, did she write that letter or did I?
That's a good question. He's the one to talk to. I might have a solution, but he's the one to talk to
Yeah, well,
now.
let's hear. I want to hear your solution.
Loving, accepting, and forgiving.
Oh, come on. Can it be more than that?
No, it's not. Loving, accepting, and forgiving will wipe the slate clean and allow them to stand free. The others, you have to just let go of. You have to let them move forward in their lives the way they want to move, and you continue moving the way you want to. But don't try to heal anything with them. Don't try to get them to be something that they're not going to be. And don't you try to be something that isn't you. Be true to yourself. Be loving with yourself. Forgive yourself for getting caught up in their energy. Forgive them for whatever it is that they have put upon you or say to you or challenge you with. It's really loving, accepting, and forgiving will free you up of it if you will just do it regularly, regularly, regularly. And uh, when I was very young, I learned this. I started doing it at a very early age. And one of the techniques I used was I would call the person's higher self forward and I would just talk to their higher self and say the things that I felt I needed to say to them. And after I did that, I would say, now I want to move into the action of loving, accepting, and forgiving with you. And so I'm just now saying to you, I forgive you for any and all things that you've ever done to hurt me, harm me in any way, any words, any actions, any reactions. I just forgive them all. And I release them back in loving, and I release them back to you, that the loving might be able to help you and heal you and bring balance in your life, as it will bring balance to my life. And I just now say, I love you, and I am grateful for you, and I just release you in loving and in forgiveness that you might go free and move forward in your life and see what might happen. You might find that in time they will change in attitude with you and approach you differently. And even if they don't, you will have released the energy, and then it's just up to you not to bring it back, not to accept it back if they try to send it out again to you. You just forgive, 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 release, 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 and stand free and not get caught up in the energy. There's nothing that you have to prove, nothing you have to become, nothing, nothing, nothing. Who you are is who you are, and it's perfect and right for you. It may not be for them, but they do not have the right to try to make you into something that you're not. And you don't have the right to make them into something that they're not. So release them, let go of them, and let's see what God has in mind. You'd be surprised. I've found people walk away from me once I put that energy out, they just have nothing to do with me again. And then other times I find that in 6 months, they all of a sudden are back and wanting to befriend me, and our relationship becomes very different. So it varies a lot, and it all is depending upon how you first approach it and put it out there through that action of loving, accepting, and forgiving. And you accept them just as they are. You don't expect them to change. You accept them just as they are. And in that, you decide if you want them in your life or not. You decide if this is working for you or not. And if it is, fine. And if it isn't, then you let go of it all through forgiveness, through loving, and let it be done. And if it rises back up inside of you, and I almost can guarantee that it will, and it may be just because of what they do or just something inside of you, but if it rises up inside of you, love, accept, and forgive once again. And you just do it and you do it and you do it. And that conversation that you have with the higher consciousness, you may have to do that 10 times before it finally catches and moves forward and you get freer of it. I would love to say it happens once you've done it, but it may not because you're not willing to let go of it or they're not willing to receive what it is you're trying to give to them. So put it out there again and again and again inside, not outside talking to them. And this is really about you letting go. You know, it was interesting when I was very young and I was first approached by Spirit with this action. Um, I had been mad at somebody and I didn't know if I could forgive them. And I said, "Can you give me I said to God, can you give me an example of forgiveness?" And I saw Jesus hanging on the cross. And Jesus looked at me and he said, "They whipped me, they spat upon me, they cursed me, and now they've hung me on a cross. Is there anything that I should not forgive them for? Or should I forgive them for all of this and even more?" And then I heard him look up to God and say, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do." And that's the key. Ask for forgiveness, not just from you, but from God. Ask God to forgive them and to forgive you for all that you've done in this conversation, in this action and reaction, because it's all not one sided, it's both sides. So ask God to forgive you and ask God to forgive them, and you forgive them and you ask for forgiveness. Ask them to forgive you for any and all things that you've ever done to them that may have caused them harm. You do that silently inside yourself. You don't have to do it out loud verbally. Just do it silently to them. And you'll be surprised in asking and receiving, in the giving and the taking of that energy. The flow will create a different process, a different action, and a different response over time. Over time. It doesn't happen once. I wish it did, but it just is a process. So do it again and again and again and again, and then do it again and again and again and again until it's done. And that's it.
You know, it comes to mind when you share that. That's a great thing to do. Like, when you do something 30 days in a row,
Yes, that's
like
what I would
literally
do.
do that forgiveness meditation, like every single day, 30 days in a row or more, but at least 30 days every single day. Because that doesn't take long to do one like that.
No,
I think that was that meditation, by the way, for further instruction. It's in the Love and Loving book, I believe. Is that correct, Kelsey? Do
yeah,
you remember? Jim?
I think so.
Is that or the Knowing of God? I always forget which one.
It's in Love and Loving,
Okay.
page, I think it starts on page 107.
That's right. Page 107, Love and Loving, the
Like
purple
in
book.
my burn in my brain now.
Yeah, I know. We just did that recently. So yes, that higher self-forgiveness meditation, it's been showing up lately. It's fantastic. In fact, when you were doing it, I was feeling the energy move, just you sharing it. I got something right there.
Yeah, there was a
So
spirit moving very strong.
yeah, it's nice. So wow, no, I was just taking it in. That was a nice sharing. The main thing is just to do it over and over, like Jim was saying. But so if you can do it literally like in a disciplined way, like I was saying, you're more likely to get the results you want. Okay. And the other side of that, and this is what, since this is a person who's not in ILM, it sounds like, but a friend was somebody who is, it's important to realize that everything that we experience is something for us to learn from. So that's the other side of everything I like to talk about, because a lot of like what Jim was sharing is what we would call a forgiveness technique to help us let go. But another side of it is also, this is why we talk loving, accepting, and forgiving, LAF, is also coming into acceptance with things. And that to me is dealing with what are our lessons to learn. It's just hard to learn those lessons until you can clear the space enough. That's why doing the forgiveness is really the primary action to get free of the disturbance. And at some point, though, there is a learning in there. But if you really listen to everything Jim said, the lesson's right in there. And for me, it's always loving all of creation regardless. I mean, literally. I don't know if that's really a lesson, but it's definitely an experience to strive towards. I do want to say what Jim shared, I think is going to answer a lot of questions people have. I wanted to specifically say For somebody who wrote in on the break, Kelsey shared the email with Jim and I, and is going to send it to us directly because it goes into different details and personal things that I want to answer in a general way here. That what Jim just shared is really the answer to that email. So please listen to this recording of how Jim's answer for that email, and that person, you'll get it, Kelsey, sending that email to you and copying Jim and I in. But I just wanted to let you know what Jim just shared is really kind of the answer for that question in that other email as well. And I'm sure probably others that we're going to hear showing up. So thank you. Wow, that was a good one.
Was there anything else?
No, I'm just switching to the next one. You ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The other day, a friend asked me to pray for someone's healing, and I told her I no longer pray. I have been resisting prayers because of my fears of not getting an answer, or worried about asking the wrong things, or expecting too much from life myself. However, I find myself thanking God often for the unexpected things that occur in my life. If you have anything to share, thank you, teachers.
Well, I've prayed for many things in my life that I never saw come about. And one of the things I've always done is I always end a prayer or I start a prayer, Lord, let thy will be done. This is what I would like to invoke. This is what I would like to ask, but let thy will be done. And then trust that God's will is being done. You know, I've dealt with people that have cancer and I pray for them and pray that they get healed. And some people do and some people don't. And it really, I just know that God is looking for the best of the soul, and what actions take place are the best for the soul to complete a lesson, to learn a lesson, to teach a lesson. And it can be that they can be teaching some other people around them something about life and death and illness and hardness. So pray, but let God's will be done. And if you ask that God's will be done, I have found I've witnessed the will of God be done when somebody was dying one day, and they said that they had been praying to God daily for healing, and they said last night I was praying to God, and all the pain and suffering that I've gone through in my many different relationships in life all of a sudden just lifted, and they weren't there anymore. And all of a sudden, I felt love for these people rather than the hatred that I've been putting out on them. And he said, if I were to die tonight, I would be a happy person. And he died that night. So I think that, you know, we've got to let God have his way in all of this too. Not because we don't know the best for anybody. We already know the best thing for ourselves. So to pray for somebody in the situation they're in is a good thing to do because it puts loving and light and blessings on them, and it helps God to participate with them maybe in a different way. But the lesson is there to be learned, and if it's in the process of whatever happens in that situation, that's where their lesson is to be learned. And it's not for us to take that away from them. And God won't take it away from them if God really is in the mode of having them learn something and get complete so they can move on in their existence.
So I've got to put a question out here with what you're saying,
Uh-huh.
because I know this is something I've gone through and probably most of us have. Then hearing everything you're saying with that, then what is the point of praying to begin with?
Probably not a whole lot, but it helps it helps us to know that we've done something, we participated. But I feel like I have had God listen and answer um, in many different occasions. And I can't claim that I was the source of the process, but I can definitely claim that I prayed and spoke to God about it. And I think God listened because I've witnessed some, what I would call some miracles and wonderful blessings and events. So there is no perfect situation or answer, that's for sure.
So having put the question out, thank you for sharing, by the way, because I think it's important. It's good discussion
Oh,
for people to
wonderful.
hear. And I have found, many of you know I do this other class here besides the monthly broadcast called Confessions and Counseling. I found that when people share their truth, it's that expression that they're giving a movement, they're sharing their loving. And I found it's in those confessions, they're sharing our truth, that is the value. I find that it helps to empower us, it helps us to release, it helps to free the soul of the things we'll often hold against ourselves or others. So when I look at prayer, I've gone back and forth a lot over many, many years with all this. So I really get what you're sharing here. And I've done a lot of prayer, but I put a lot of expectation on those prayers. And so I definitely had a lot of disappointment over the years. And like literally the question I just said to Jim was like, well, what's the point of praying really? Then if God's will really ultimately is going to be done anyway, is there really a point to praying? I don't know if there is or not, other than what I can share from my learning right now, because when I've prayed with that expectation, that's where I got disappointed, was because of the expectation I had on the prayer, rather than looking at it like this is an opportunity for me to communicate how I feel, what I think, and share my truth in the moment. And I look at that sharing my truth with God as a prayer as what's important there, not just the result or the expectation I might have. You know, some of us pray for healing and for others to live, where other times people pray for somebody dies. I mean, literally, you know, no jokes, but a lot of politics right now, I know that's going around a lot. So, you know, it's like, okay, everybody's got different prayers for good and bad, but where's the real value in that? And that's why the approach I've learned over the years is that ultimately what I've learned is that there's always a learning involved. And if we can keep looking inside to that learning, I found that's where the fulfillment is. But I found to get to that fulfillment, we've got to move our loving. And meditation directly with God is the primary, most direct, most effective, most powerful way, no question. And also communicating this direction horizontally with others or into the world or whatever, when we can share our truth, literally, I call it communion in action. But you see, even in my communications with God that we could call prayer, I call it communion in action, because if I can communicate with God in such a way that it brings me into union, there's the point. And that's the main thing I'm trying to say here. So for me, prayer is about bringing ourselves into union or communion with God. That's where the value is. So if I can pray to God in such a way that it brings me into communion with God, the loving is fulfilled within me. And I know when the loving's fulfilled inside of me, it's a blessing to everybody else because they receive of the overflow and the benefit. So when I'm talking to somebody, they're going to get my loving overflow from my communion with God. So really, it's God's loving, not mine. In other words, not to personalize it or think it's me, but it's the communion of my loving and God's loving and the overflow because of what I build up inside of myself through prayer and meditation with God. And then the loving can truly now, it's that loving is what I'm saying is can go to the person, not our expectation, not our will, not what we want to happen, but rather the loving overflow that we've built in our own inner communion. That's the main thing that I've learned for myself with prayer in having done so many things of both disappointment, but also wonderful blessings of fulfillment.
That's
I'll leave
beautifully
I'll
said.
leave it at that.
That's beautifully said.
Thank you.
That was a good response.
That's what I've learned over the years, because
Yeah.
Jim knows. That's why he laughed about the whole last question, the ball of energy and upset. Yeah, because that's where I learned for many years of prayer and working through all the LAF and all these different things. It's just, we're going to go through all this because in truth, it serves a wonderful purpose. It's just quite a struggle and painful at times, not all the time, but definitely at times. But I've learned so much value. Actually, that's where a lot of my freedom and liberation has come, is through that challenge and pain, because it's motivated me to really practice everything we teach here. That's why you hear us share here, everything we share is out of our experience.
Yeah.
You know, so you hear the truth of our experience with what we share here, not just some theory or, you know, here's a counseling, do this and it'll work for you. It's like, no, you know, it's just the value of the experience, and then you've got to experiment and try things out yourself to discover your own experience. But you see, I've learned it's the experience that's important, not the solution. The experience, as we're seeking for a solution, is what I have found fulfills why the soul is here, because of the wisdom we gain. Wisdom only comes through trying a lot of different things, so we learn what really works. And to me, when I say what works, is where is that movement of loving? Where is that flow of loving? Because I found it's only loving that truly answers and fulfills all things. So we've got to experiment a lot to find that. So I find, you know, seek first the kingdom of God. Well, through prayer is a great way to seek. All right. I think we're all set then with that one. Yeah?
Yeah, was there anything else?
No, that was it for that one.
Okay,
Okay.
that was good.
I
I
know.
like both of these so far.
I know. It seems like we're doing another, literally like a discourse here.
Yeah, really.
All right, dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, thank you for the talks today. They both felt were for me. I'm going to re-listen to them during this month, but already got inspired to do next, which topics in LY, I don't know what that is an abbreviation for, in my life, I have been avoiding for a while. My question is about two different events. They happened to me separately, like a year between the two. I was much more younger, and it happened before my initiation and before I started to meditate with ILM. Today, I just remembered them suddenly and would like to know what happened there and what they were. Both were like I have seen above a kind of a cloud, which was circling around, whirlpooling kind of. It was red and white. I was sitting on a floor for the first time, and it was above around my eye level. The second time, I sat on a chair during the second time, and it was around my heart level then. During the first event, it was after a meditation, a different one, but probably my consciousness had changed then. It was during an evening. During the second, I had some alcohol beforehand, and I got very sad news, which was shocking. It was after midnight. Both of the events took place for about 3 to 5 minutes. If you have any idea what they were, please share it. Thank you for your answer and all the loving and support you give us continuously. in loving your initiate.
You want to start or you want me to?
Oh, go ahead.
So for me, the way I would interpret that is that the white and the red clouds represent a movement of spirit. And the white to me is a purity of spirit, coming from the spiritual realms, where the red often has to do with power. So to me, it's saying that the Holy Spirit's empowering you. So the first time, if I heard you correctly, it was really more up here, that to me, it's God empowering the soul. Because when we do our meditation, that empowerment is what helps build the loving in the soul up to be able to step forward and break free of its karmic patterns, to rise above the fears and the challenges. So the second time you did it, if I heard you correctly, then around your heart level, and that was something sad. To me, that's saying it's now taking what was here spiritualized of empowering your soul and now bringing that power of the soul's loving into the world at the heart level, dealing with your emotions. So to me, it's saying that empowerment Spirit gave you at the soul level now has empowered the heart level to help heal and to move through that emotional sadness, that whatever it is that you had to deal with. That's the way I'd interpret that. And to me, kind of the spiraling is saying that spirit's now coming down into your consciousness, because that's a great way to do it. It is when spirit moves into this creation, there is this spiraling down like a cone into our consciousness here. So to me, it's again the empowerment of the soul and bringing that down into an emotional level where now it's empowering that heart level with the loving, so that you can actually heal and move through whatever that sadness is that you had to work with at the time. That's how I would look at it.
Yeah.
Anything more you'd
No,
add?
I think that's very well put. That's good.
Did I miss anything, Kelsey, or did I kind of cover it?
You covered the experience. The last part she kind of ended with, the first one was after a meditation, and the second one was after she heard some sad news, had a little bit of alcohol, was kind of in shock, and that was at midnight.
Yeah, it's still the same. I kind of answered it.
Okay.
Yeah, because it to me, it doesn't matter, because meditation opens the door, but when the door's open, we can have these experiences at any time. So to me, if anything, what does alcohol do but help us lose our inhibitions, right? So we just open up, we relax easier, so we're more susceptible. So to me, the earlier one in meditation, where you empowered yourself, then when you received that sad news, and the alcohol just helped you to kind of let go, get out of the way, and let that now come in to help you deal with the sadness. Does that answer what you're saying, Kelsey, if I'm understanding you correctly?
Yeah, I just thought it'd
Go,
be good
go.
to answer the timeline, just because that
Okay.
was, a question for her. So yeah, I think that
Go.
answers it.
Yeah, thank you. No,
Yeah.
no, I appreciate if you help clarify like that. Is there anything more that you were wondering, or did I answer at that time?
No, you've answered it all now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I'd say the other thing, as far as timing, to me, it doesn't really matter the timing, but the fact that it was late at night at midnight, you're probably more tired than the alcohol. Again, those are just conditions that can make us more susceptible, or receptive is another way to say it. The good news is it was a positive experience of empowerment, helping you through a challenging time the second time. So I would look at that rather than the sad news or the alcohol. Yes, I haven't had any alcohol since 1999, but before that, I was meditating for 11 years and would have alcohol here and there, but it was often because of sadness or a longing. Once that started getting answered, there wasn't the need for the alcohol for him anymore, but that wasn't until I came to that point of soul liberation. So, it's good to look at that if that's part of the perspective there. It didn't sound like that was part of the question in all of this, But in case it was in there at all, that's what I'd probably have to share around all that.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Prayer. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, I'm so grateful to have been able to listen to the sharings from both Brian and Jim today. Jim, your teaching on prayer is precisely what I've needed, especially since last Monday. We got sad news of my husband's cousin's untimely death. I loved her and so felt so distraught over how she died. I wanted to pray but felt inadequate. All I have known is the Lord's Prayer, which I used. Yet I wished I knew if there were special prayers to say for a devout Catholic. As a child, I went to Methodist church, singing in choir as the best part there. But I really wanted to go to Saint Germain Catholic Church with my friend to hear a mass in Latin, be in a beautiful building, have a rosary, etc. When I attempted to pray for Catherine this week, my hope was to help her by asking God that she be lifted up as high as possible. I felt unsure how to ask, or if that was an okay request. What you shared, Jim, was exactly what I'd been mentally asking you about this week. Please share more if there is more. With deep gratitude and loving, your initiate.
Well, I would say asking for them to go to the highest level, that is the prayer of prayers. And it doesn't take much in the way of words. It just takes loving God and placing it before God and leaving it in God's hands, because God wants them to come to the highest level as well. So that's a prayer I know God listens to and moves on, because I have seen that as well. So I can understand feeling the inadequacy of how to pray or what to say in a prayer. Um, in the Catholic Church, you have the Rosary, you have the Hail Mary, and the Lord's Prayer, and several different prayers around the Rosary, and they're nice. They really do support that action of prayer. And if you hold your attention and intention on the Rosary, it will help you to feel complete in your prayer. But I just say, speak from your heart, and asking them that they can go as high as they can. That's the prayer of prayers to me. It's speaking from your heart, it's speaking to God's heart, and it's very clear and simple. And that's the best prayer I know of.
And that's where I've got to agree. Because specifically what Jim just shared there is more important than having a specific prayer. When we are really aligned and clear, that's what matters, because the more clear, authentic, honest, and truthful and sincere we are, the more powerful it is. So that to me is speaking from the heart, is all the other adjectives I used. So if you can do that, and believe me, the most important part is our intention, not the words, but the intention backed by the loving. So you put intention and loving together, that's going to be the most powerful prayer. Where unfortunately, and it's wonderful, people have prayers, but when it's just a mental exercise, that doesn't move any loving. It just moves mental energy. So when you can speak from your heart, and really more so the soul, but coming from the heart to the soul and sharing with the clarity of intention and the power of your loving, then sending that to God, and then God's responding with that, that's the most powerful thing anybody can do. Now, if you have a specific prayer, like doing a Lord's Prayer, and are able to do that with the Lord's Prayer, well, of course it's going to work well. But to me, that's what makes it powerful, though, is because of what you're doing in yourself beyond the words. If the words help you come into alignment to do that, then it's an awesome prayer. But that's what matters, though, is what you're doing in your clarity of intention and the power of your loving. That's the most important thing, regardless of the actual prayer words that you use.
That's true. That's so true.
I've had intentions and movement of loving without any words, and man, it's moved. So I found that's what's more important than words. And if certain words help me to line up and move into that clarity of intention and the power of the loving, then those words work. I found certain words will work at a certain time, and then they don't work anymore because they serve their purpose in the moment for whatever I was going through or needing to learn. So they help me to open up for that power of loving and clarity of intention. Okay.
Next. You ready for the next one?
Yeah.
I have more questions than I can name about intuition. My experience seems almost like there are different classifications. Some are subtle, a whisper, or a single point, often very precise and seemingly trivial, like when I'm at the grocery store and I get an impulse to pick up an avocado. I call that my shopping angel. Sometimes there's a wider spectrum with lots of clarity and understanding. With those, there are broad, maybe multiple perspectives. These intuitions feel more like a quote unquote God download as I receive the full message with lots of fine detail and what seems to be a full explanation of why, what, where, and how something is or how something came to be. They may occur during meditation or prayer or journaling or when I am being fully open and fully present. Are there levels or degrees to intuition? Do they all come from God ultimately? Should I always believe them and take action accordingly and trust that it's not my mind? Can it sometimes be my higher mind? Sometimes later in the day, I will question these and want to dismiss them. I do think my mind is the one telling me to dismiss it. Gratitude and loving.
Well, that is a very good question and statement and everything. And intuition is a real process of learning. You learn to know and understand and trust the voice or the feeling or the energy, and you just it just takes time to really understand, but move on it and do something with it when you really feel that this is a true statement of intuition that is coming from a higher place. And I don't even know how to talk about this. It's just very subtle. Sometimes the difference between your higher mind and spirit, or the mind itself, not even the higher mind, or our ego wanting to get in there and have its part. So, what I usually look for is the energy that has neutrality to it, or a lot of loving to it, or a lot of, I don't know, God's presence to it. And I don't even know how to put that in other words, but I do feel that movement of spirit that is of God. And when I feel that movement of spirit, I have no doubt, I have no question. I just follow through with whatever that's about. If there's an action to take or an attitude to change or whatever. You want to speak about it a little bit?
I hear you sharing more than just intuition. And it's wonderful to hear the level of detail. So, regardless of what you call it, whether it's intuition, a movement of spirit, or God talking to you directly, it's all of those levels. And I hear somebody who's learning to follow that movement of loving, regardless of what level it's coming from, But in paying attention to all those levels is what's supporting you in coming to greater clarity of your awakening spiritually. And to me, that's the most important part, is the learning process there. And through what you're doing, you're going to learn. I mean, Jim and I could literally have something laid out like a chart of different levels of intuition and give you all this information, but it's not going to do you any good if you don't have your own experience, right? So I hear you having your own experience and learning from your experience. And to me, that's the most important thing. Because again, I'm repeating myself from what I said earlier, that I have found that it's through our experience that we learn. And when we learn, it fulfills our karmic lessons. Once those are fulfilled, we're free because we did what we needed to do to gain that wisdom that God wanted us to gain through our experience here in this creation. That's what I hear you doing, and I'm hearing a lot of wisdom coming. Don't worry or get hung up on figuring out all those levels, but at the same time, enjoy the process, pay attention, because this is how you're learning, by paying attention to that. And it's helping you get the clarity as well as the learning to, if you want to call it discernment, to learn how to trust through this process that it really is coming from the loving and not from the ego mind or something. So that part I really love. And the part that I learned the most in doing exercises like what you're doing by paying attention is where frequency wise, I could like feel, like Jim was describing, that loving or neutrality to help with my discernment, or when it was my mind or ego wanting it to be something. And so of course that's very valuable. But the way I learned through that, and like Jim was saying, to follow through with it, well, by following through, you're going to have your experience, and that experience you'll have will help you in the learning what level it was coming from, because that'll bring you the what goes with that. By following that experience you have, that is literally an important part of helping you to learn this process you're in. But again, a big one is following through. Because a lot of times people get intuition, but then they don't do anything with it, and then they'll regret and, wish they had done that. Or other people who get so caught up, like both sides of the coin I'm saying right now. Some people hold back, and other people look through their intuition so much they start creating stuff, and then their life becomes a mess because they're trying to create so much now that now they think it's spirit, but now they're kidding themselves. And it's just the imagination and truly the mind now, but because they wanted it so much that they started creating illusions they started chasing after. So it's important to be aware, obviously. And so that place of centered neutrality is always the best place to keep looking to. But again, how are we going to know unless we do the experiment, unless we try it like you're doing and having our experience? That's all. That's what I did. I continue to do that to this day and just pay attention to what that is moving in through me, and then what I do with it and what my experience is, whether I do something with it or don't do something with it. What is my experience regardless? And that's where the real learning comes, okay? And I'm going to stay on top of this because I know we talk so much information here, and most of what we talk about seems to be dealing with the physical and metaphysical. But if we do the meditation, which is really from here up, it's all about spiritual. As long as we do the spiritual, that loving is going to come down and assist us through all of this. If we're not doing that meditation, just being in loving communion with God, we're going to start getting caught up in all the metaphysical and playing mind games with ourselves. And I say that because I know people will lose track and get caught up in their prayers and metaphysical stuff thinking it's spiritual. We see that all the time, and unfortunately we see some people really create some hard illusions that they're going to have to handle at some point because they got caught up so much in trying to psychically live life rather than truly making it about God first. So important to keep in mind here and beyond mind, obviously. Make God first, and then let that loving of God come down and assist you in clarifying all this as well as moving through it. As long as you do that, you're in good territory no matter what. Even if you don't do that, you're still in good territory. It just won't look or sound or feel like it. In other words, if you want to make it easier on yourself.
Yep.
Does that help?
Well, I'm sure there's a lot more I could say, but I just don't know what it would be right now. But I can very much relate to the incident in the grocery store with the avocado, because
Yes.
from when I first started shopping for myself, I mean, when I'd go into the fruit and vegetable section, I would wait until I got the sense of what I needed and my body was wanting, and start picking food out that way. So what you just said about the avocado, I've experienced that over and over and over, and I love that. And I've always trusted it. I've never doubted it. I just know that this is the movement of spirit and loving, and the loving of one thing to another, whether it be an avocado loving you and wanting to assist you in your life, or anything. Just thank you for sharing and asking this question.
I was impressed with the level of detail and awareness.
Yeah,
It's really,
very
really good.
much. Well, it means they're paying attention.
You got it. Thanks, Kels.
Yeah. Confusion could use some clarification. Dearest Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, maybe I just did not hear clearly. Seems to me one moment I hear you talking about how gentle and kind God is, which I experience often as this new level of gentleness and tenderness.
And then the
Then I
two
hear
by
you
four.
talking about the two by four. You want to let them know what we're going to name this talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh my gosh. What was it? Listen to God or you'll get the two by four? What was it?
Something like that.
Yeah,
Like that? Tanya so brilliantly came up with it. Sorry, I'm kind of getting off track here.
Uh,
Listen to God before the two by four.
yeah,
Right. Anyway, back to this person. Then I hear you talking about the two by four, which I've also experienced many times. I don't think I've learned as quick as you did, Jim. Next, I will hear you talking about giving up our wants and needs in the physical world. Then I hear you say that we can pray for our needs and wants, even what we want for other people. This confuses me. They seem in contradiction to me.
yeah, that's why I'm laughing so much.
Mhm.
I went through all that too. That's in
When
my 90s. In the 90s, I went through all of these questions and confusions. But, sorry, go ahead, Kels.
no, you're good. Enjoy. When I do pray, I generally start with God. If it be thy will, can you please help this person with this challenge? Or could you please, or sorry, could
Nice.
this please happen for me?
Nice.
At times it seems manipulative, right? To get what we want. There are times when I go inside and pray and it feels like from my loving heart, and other times more of an ego that is an ego, sorry, and other times more of an ego. Is that the difference?
Well,
This
that
is
is a difference, yes, but we'll sum it up as you keep going and let us know when you're done, Kels.
two more sentences.
Okay.
This is why in MSIA that always end things with for the highest. Oh, is
Yes.
that why in MSIA
Yes.
that's why they end with things for the highest good?
For the highest good of all concerned.
Yes. Thank
Yes.
thank you. Okay, so she wrote for the highest good, and you're saying for the highest good of all concerned.
Yeah, the highest good is a shortened version for what the full version is for the highest good of all concerned.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Much loving and grace always.
Wonderful. Oh my God, that's a really good one. That's a really good, that about sums up the 90s for me. Oh my God. Do you want to start or shall I
You
just?
should
I've got a hell of a download.
go for it.
I'm going to have to really let go of my mind and let this see what we can do here. There's a lot in there. Thank you for writing in, whoever wrote this. I mean, seriously, this is really good. I love the level of detail in these last couple
Yeah,
sharings
they're
here.
really
Boy.
good.
Okay, give me a moment. I need to see where I can start with all that. It's going to probably come out as kind of a summary, a little bit like the last sharing there. So I'm going to redundantly share again. The biggest thing I've learned out of all of this was the experimentation and the experience that came out of that. That's where all the learning comes. All that learning is why the soul's here. God sent us in this creation to have experience so that we would learn from our experience to gain the wisdom of this aspect of God called time and space. That's it. But to gain that wisdom, to gain the experience, we've got to have the intuition, the ideas, the thoughts, the impulses, the animal nature, the instincts, all of it, in other words, to move us forward. Doesn't matter what you call it, from the highest level to the lowest level. There needs to be a movement. That's God's loving and expression. That is that movement that gets us into experience, and that experience now is how we fulfill why we're here. So we have all these experiences through all these lifetimes, different species, from the mineral kingdom, the plant kingdom, the animal kingdom, the human kingdom, and who knows what's next, the alien kingdom, and whatever. Okay? That's why it doesn't matter. That's why I love the last question, but it's all part of that movement. So we're going to do all of these things of the theorizing, the philosophies, the lies, the truth, the praying, the hoping, the wishing, the giving up, God's will be done, my will be done. We're going to do all of it. The only thing that gets in our way is the fear of good and evil, the fear of right and wrong, the fear of the judgment. It's the only thing that gets in the way. We're going to do it anyway. So in truth, that doesn't even get in the way. But the fear of doing it wrong, the fear of good or evil, it's the judgment of that fear tied together that traps the soul. But yet, you notice even with those fears, there's this impulse, this thing inside of us that pushes us to have experience, even when we don't want it. It's the last thing we want to do, and we end up doing it. How do these things happen beyond our control, no matter what? These things happen, right? And this is the quandary everybody finds themselves in. There's these things that happen to us seemingly, and there's these things we can't seemingly hold ourselves back from, because there's something driving us all along, moving us all along, whether it's God directly or God through Lucifer indirectly, that's moving us along. So God whispers in your ear, God taps you on the shoulder. That's a nice, gentle, right? And then God hits us over the head with a 2x4. That we'd probably say God through Lucifer, right? But it's all of it. Because in truth, everything's God, all right? But in this realm of time and space, there's the duality. So there's the nice, there's the mean, there's the kind, there's the harsh. Ultimately, it's all God because it's all loving. But in this level, it can appear as negative, dark, harmful, harsh. hateful, all of it, evil, all of that. But if we can look beyond the superficial level and realize even for evil or darkness or harm to exist, it's got to have life. Well, it's only the spirit of loving that gives everything life, but then it's neutral. But what we do with it makes it good or evil. All right. So what I've learned is that even though I was joking around earlier, like, yeah, God hitting us over the head with a 2x4, in the ultimate sense, that is what's happening. But even in Jim's very good example of getting fired, was he really hit over the head by a 2x4? Or was it really just a movement to keep him moving, to detach him for where he wasn't willing to let go? Well, that's a loving action. It may appear mean, it may appear harsh, it may appear hard, but yet it's a loving action. So in a way you could say the 2x4 is our own interpretation, for one thing, right? But I also want to say another thing. Everything that happens is a setup. In other words, we set ourselves up karmically to have certain lessons or to have certain experiences to learn those lessons is more accurate. Well, didn't Jim just tell you God was whispering in his ear and tapping him on the shoulder for 2 fucking years? I'm sorry, this is definitely going to be explicit, uncensored. 2 years, actually. Today he said months and months. Well, it was 2 years, so it was many months and months. 2 years. All right, 2 years. So was that God who really hit him on the head with the 2x4? Well, ultimately, yes. Or was that his karmas, his lessons, not willing to let go and move on to what's next? So finally that energy backed up enough and knocked him forward.
Yeah.
So was it his lessons and what he created and his resistance? Could we call that God hitting him with a 2x4? Well, yeah, the God that he is and his resistance. But the ultimate God that you could say orchestrates it all. See how it's all together? In other words, at some point in our journeys, we have to let go of labeling and defining things in just a little ticky-tacky box. That's why I like how you name that. When you talk to mind is like a little ticky-tacky boxes to file and organize it all to make sense so it feels secure and it can control things. Yet it has no control, all right? But it's a false sense of security, and that's just what the mind does. And it's okay. It's part of the experience here, right? So that's why you'll hear say, go ahead and let go of the details, the specifics, so you can really see from that greater movement and flow of life itself is really the greater action of spirit. And these little details are the experiences we're all meant to have, all of us, for our souls, if you want to say evolution, while we're in this creation until we get on the path of liberation, because we're finishing that evolutionary process of what we needed to learn. Okay? So that's part of it. Let's see here. So the other part that, like I was sharing earlier about what I was learning with prayer. So all the prayer, everything we do is really in response to how we're experiencing life. It's like an inner dialogue on one level with ourselves. And on another level, when we learn to start extending beyond ourselves, that which we call prayer. In this world, when we're talking to somebody else, we call it communication. When we're talking to God, we call it prayer, or what I like to say, communion in action. Communicating like we would here with somebody else, but we're doing it with God, so we call it prayer. But what I have found, and again, I'm repeating myself from the previous one, what is most important is that communion in action. That communication is the movement of our loving. The most important thing I found is to express or move our loving. So when we're meditating, when we're praying, when we're communing, however we're doing it, we're moving that loving. As Jim has shared before, God created the soul to have something to love and to be loved back by. That's why it's the beloved, be loved. It's a two-way street, to love and be loved. That is the most important thing I found in all of this. And I found it doesn't matter how or what the circumstances are, or what the details are, the situations, none of it matters. What I found, all that matters is that movement of giving and receiving loving, period. That's it. So it doesn't matter if you call it prayer, communication, communion in action, meditating, religious ceremonies, whatever it is, it's the movement of loving that's most important. Because it is in that movement that life itself exists, that as we participate, we wake up, we come to know the greater truth of who we are and our oneness with God, our divinity, in other words. That helps to free us from our karmic attachments, where we hold back, like Jim was sharing, for those 2 years, to be released. And it doesn't matter how we're released. What matters is we're there to fulfill what we need to learn. How do we know if Jim was really supposed to move on when God first whispered to him? Maybe God knew Jim's a stubborn, resistant jackass. Oh, I mean, a stubborn, resistant, loving person. It would take 2 years. And maybe those 2 years from the beginning until the 2x4 he needed for his learning. And it makes a great story. So maybe he needed that just for his service. I don't know. I'm just putting out ideas, because the more I've observed life and people's experience, especially Jim when he shares stories like this, I'm the one who asks the behind the scenes questions, like what was really going on? Was it about him not listening, or was it about him having the experience of resisting? Because he was listening. If you heard him, you were hearing, you were listening, but you didn't take the guidance. So he had the experience of not following that guidance and saw what came with it. And later, if I heard him and was listening, he didn't get the 2x4s, because when he heard the whisper or the tap on the shoulder, he took action then, so he didn't need the 2x4 to move forward, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just verifying what I heard, if I'm off or not.
That's it.
That's what I've learned to do in communion and action, is to make fact check, right? Check things out. Make sure you're not making something up, or because a lot of times we'll make stuff up out of our own karmic things, and those are our blind spots. We assume something is because of the way we interpreted what we heard. So I've learned to check things out by asking. That's giving and receiving, right? Communing, whether it's with a God and another person or God directly. That's the most important thing I learned, regardless of the details. You do that, all the 2x4 to the tap on the shoulder to the whisper, until it's completely done and you're one with God again. It's like backtracking, but each step of the way is so important, and we can't avoid or sidestep any of it. But most of our questions are always trying to figure out a way to sidestep, to avoid, to not have to have that experience, because it sounds painful and mean and we don't want to have it. And now it's like, wow, is God doing this to me? Is it the old vengeful God of the Old Testament, or is it new graceful God of the New Testament, right? Those are all the questions. I know, we hear them all the time. They're out there. And rightfully so. They're damn good questions, because some of it's damning and others of it's blessing. But guess what? This is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So we need the damning and the blessing, because it's in experiencing the duality of positive and negative, or what people call the good and the evil, that we fulfill why the soul is here. It is only in experiencing the positive and the negative that it fulfills the wholeness of all of it. When we allow ourselves to move into the oneness of the duality, we fulfill it. As long as we still fear and judge things of good and evil, we hold ourselves back and we only experience half of it. No, you're not going to fulfill until you experience all of it. And that's where, when we realize that, not if, because at some point we will realize what I'm saying now, and then we'll let go of our judgments and fears. When we let go of our judgments and fears, it brings us right into the oneness. And once we move into the oneness, we're free because we've experienced everything we need to. And we've learned through our fears and judgments and to not, what do I want to say, not to attach to it, just to let it be, to come into acceptance. We start with forgiveness, helps us move into acceptance. Acceptance takes us into loving. And that loving fulfills it all because it brings us into the oneness of it. So do the prayers, do the meditation, do the communion action. Just realize the most important part is that giving and receiving of loving through all of it, up, down, all around. Okay? There's still another part. Do you know, Kelsey, right off bat, the part I'm not answering just yet? I might have actually answered it, but there's one other part there I think I didn't quite touch on directly.
I mean, I've been reading it along, following you just
Yeah.
because there's a lot in here. And I think you covered a lot of the prayer stuff
Okay.
in the other question. I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe you'll probably say you covered it, but there are times when I go inside to pray and it feels like from my loving heart, and other times more of an ego. Is that the difference?
Yeah, go ahead and stop right there. Thank you. Because I like sometimes speaking specifically to the detailed question, just to help answer that. So yes, I actually did answer that, but not in a direct way. So my answer for that is, like I said, you're going to do it all anyway. You have to do it all in order to learn and realize and know the difference. The key is, do not fear and do not judge doing it wrong. Most people would fear and judge doing it wrong as coming from the ego or mind rather than the soul or spirit. When we fear and judge, we disconnect from spirit, so we're going to come out of the ego mind. Because the ego mind is what gets us to fear and judge. But as soon as we can let go of the fear and judgment, it opens us up now for spirit to come in, so we can now awaken and know what spirit is and now respond with a movement of spirit. Respond to spirit and respond with a movement of spirit. Okay, I've asked, like I said, the 90s was my time. I asked Jim these kind of questions so many times.
Yep.
Oh my God. He's laughing. Uh-huh. That's why I'm loving these questions today. These are so good. Was that good? And just so you guys know, when Kelsey reads the questions, she really gets a good feel for things, and that's why you'll see me really kind of almost interactively asking Kelsey. Obviously, it'd be more direct, which we do in other classes with the person themselves, but Kelsey does such a good job asking or clarifying. That's why I always ask her, so it helps to really fulfill our answers if something may be missing. So does that work okay, Kelsey? And then what would be next?
Yeah, that works great. I mean, it's not long. Should I just reread it? And then you can,
Okay.
just a lot of good questions in here and things
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
like I think it's just worth me reading through the two short paragraphs.
Sure.
Okay. So, seems to me, one moment I hear you talking about how gentle and kind God is, which I experience often at this new level of gentleness and tenderness. Then I hear you talking about the 2x4, which I've also experienced many times. I don't think I've learned as quick as you, Jim. Next, I hear you talking about giving up our wants and needs in the physical world. Then I hear you say that we can pray for our needs and wants.
Okay, stop right there.
Yeah,
Thank
that
you.
was
That
that was
that
the
was the
part.
one.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, that was the one I didn't remember that I wanted to do.
That's why I wanted to read this.
Oh, thank you. That one is fantastic. Because look, so many of us have done these abundance programming, treasure maps, affirmations, everything of the things we want and we think we need. And that I really actually answered, but I want to say it again here and address it specifically, that it's so important to honor what our wants and needs are, because it's as we seek and take the actions to fulfill those wants and needs is what sets us on the path of our life journey to have the experiences we need to have. Okay? You want to honor your wants and needs and take the steps to fulfill them. It's in taking the steps to fulfill those wants and needs is how we learn and fulfill our karmic lessons. It's the difference is, are we learning and fulfilling or repeating, right? First grade, second grade, third grade. Well, we'll keep repeating grades if we didn't learn the lessons. Well, that's what most people are doing. They're just repeating. Why? Because they're unaware, walking around ignorant, basically. What takes us out of ignorance? Meditation. Meditation, right? Everybody says it takes an open heart and an open mind. So meditation opens our hearts, it opens our minds to let spirit in and also let us out to be able to rise above it all. We have to open that door so the soul of who we are, the one who's experiencing all this, can now rise above it all. But to do that, we have to experience, as you've heard Jim say, 51% we've got to get through our learning and lesson karmas before that door will really even open to be able to start now rising above it. Because by having the door closed, it keeps us focused down and out, so we go have experience like God wants us to. But once we've had enough experience so we don't have to keep repeating the grades, now once you've gone all the way down into creation, hit the, scraping the bottom there, you've experienced everything on the way down. So you could either on the way up, spiral on up and experience it all again just as much as you did. So it's basically repeating everything. Or you can take the straight and narrow path and just kind of almost bypass it all. So if you say 100% of each level is where all the lessons are, on the way down we're experiencing all that. Well, on the way up, we don't need to evolutionary wise experience all of it again. We can just go through that straight and narrow hole through the middle of it all. And on each level, as we pass through that little hole, we only need to experience whatever that last little bit is to fulfill the karma of that whole level. Okay? This is the key here, and Jim's talked about this in detail in previous things in different ways. But if we fulfill just that 10%, that little hole of the whole 100%, all in that 10% is contained all the lessons of the other 90%. So we don't need to do all that other, it'd take forever, but not really, just millions or billions of years, which would seem like forever. But that little bit there is all the soul needs to go through on its way home to God to fulfill the karmas of the whole level. So it's a quick and short route, because we already experienced and learned what we needed to on the way down. Now on the way back, we're fulfilling our lessons. It's like taking your final exam all year long, way down, you're learning, and then at the end of the year, you get the final exam to see if you learned all the year's life, all the year's lesson plan, right? That's what the straight and narrow is like. It's like now fulfilling everything we learned. Like, okay, so here's the final exam. What did you really learn? Type of a thing. I hate using that example because people feel like they're tested, and then they associate it with punishment and good and bad and failure and success. That's all the duality, but that's part of learning. It's just about fulfillment. That's why I use that word more than learning, is fulfillment. And all we have to do is have that little bit of experience through the straight and narrow to fulfill it. And then that way it's a quick way home. All right. So our wants and needs is what, in a sense, motivates us to chase after, to pursue, so we have the experience to learn and fulfill those karmic lessons. That's the short answer. What was the other thing besides want and needs?
On the email?
Yeah, there was something else with wants and needs. Was it prayers or what was it? I forget.
Well, prayer. I hear you say we can pray for our wants and needs, even what we want for other people.
That's right. That's all part of it. To me, that just kind of ties in. We do that anyway. We think about stuff all the time. We daydream about it. We pray for it. We wish for it. That, to me, it ties in all of that because one of the things, we're holistic. The soul is experiencing multidimensionally, holistically through the mind, through the emotions, through the imagination, and through the physical body. So when we do all these, we're basically expressing through each level. That's why it'll be all these different things, but it has that same focus and intention. Thoughts, feelings, imaginations, physical experience. So it all ties together holistically, just multidimensionally. So it all works together as one flow. And that's what we're learning. That's why a lot of times Jim would say, have a thought for every feeling and a feeling through every thought. And then eventually you want to tie that with your imagination and your physical action. So it all works together in one focused flow, because then you'll fulfill it quicker. And then when you have that all in alignment, then your loving as the soul and the Holy Spirit can come in and supercharge it, so to speak, so you fulfill it quicker. That's the quickening. So the karma gets done fast. That's why one-pointed focus, alignment, balance is all important. And so a lot of the LAF work and other things we do helps to bring that alignment so the soul and the Holy Spirit can come into it directly to really now fulfill all of it. And that's what we're doing on the spiritual path, obviously, is bringing that all together. So now through the loving of the soul and the Holy Spirit, it fulfills everything. And the Holy Spirit is what empowers the soul and helps it to release the bondage it's in, because the soul's fallen asleep here because of the mind, emotions, imagination, body. So when we get initiation in the sacred name, that's the Holy Spirit coming in and empowering or awakening the soul so it does fulfill its lessons. Otherwise, it's focused down and out and caught up in karma reincarnation, just repeating over and over and over. So the Holy Spirit comes in, turns it around, lifts it up. That's why the meditation is so important to do, because that's really what liberates us from it all. And then you will see certain things, and most of the time, the things you thought you wanted or wished for, they get answered, but most of the time in ways you wouldn't think, because it's often different than what you expected. That's why I've laughed and made the joke before. These are the things we think we need and want. And as we pursue them and have those experiences, they get fulfilled, but often in a different way, because that different way, and then when the energy drops, like we're not interested in pursuing it anymore, is because that other way is the way that was really lined up with God's will, that movement of the Holy Spirit that was truly going to answer what the soul needed through all the experience, rather than what the mind or ego thinks it wants. But yet the mind and ego have to have that impulse to move forward to try to fulfill it. But then as it does, through the step by step, it begins to open up as it fulfills it. So the Holy Spirit can now come in and truly fulfill it and answer it and free the soul now from that pursuit. That's the other part I wanted to address. All right, I've been talking a lot.
You covered it. That's beautiful.
Okay. And Kelsey, did that, again, I'm just checking with you because I know this is a lot. Does that help answer that? And then you can read the last paragraph again?
Yeah, I think it's great.
Okay.
You answered a lot with that.
These, I just got to say, this is like Jim and I doing a double, triple discourse today.
Yeah.
The way these questions are and sharing, it's wonderful. Go ahead.
Um, okay, so I think you've answered the rest of this, but when do I pray? I generally start with God, if it be thy will, can you please help this person with their challenges, or could this please happen for me? Because at times it seems manipulative, right? To get what we want.
It is. It is manipulative, but that's what we're all doing to try to get what we want. And it's okay. And at some point, that's part of our learning. And at some point, we learn when we try so hard and we get so upset and we feel like we're just pushing against a rock wall, is usually what it takes. And that's also called the 2x4, before we'll finally give up and let go and surrender to God's will. It's just part of the program. I'm happy and sorry to say. I'm happy to say because once you realize it, you can let go and things get easier. When we don't realize it, we're going to keep trying to get our will, which makes it harder. But we've got to do that for a while so we understand what the ego is. And we're only going to understand that if we are fully engaged and caught up in it until we realize, wow, this is what it looks like when the ego's doing this. It's the 2x4. It's the attachment. It's the willfulness. It's the manipulation. It's the deception. It's blah, blah, blah. And then after a while, we're like, I've had enough of all this stuff that goes with the ego. I give up and surrender, let God's will be done. And that's where the gentleness is. That's where the kindness is. That's where the loving is most of the time. Because sometimes the truth that sets you free, well, there can be a little bit of hardness in there or harshness. It's not really. It's just where that's what my talk was about today. It's where we're so ingrained in the stress it causes that as we're releasing that stress, it often looks painful and disturbing and big change in our life and losing somebody or something. That seems harsh, but the truth is it's releasing you from it. That's kind. That's gentle. It's just sometimes the process of the release seems like a tornado destroying things. But again, that's just the ego's interpretation. The soul, it's gentle and loving because it's free now from that which was causing all the stress and disturbance. So that's how I would probably finish up with this.
That's good.
Okay.
Dream snippet. Dear Jim and Brian, I am so grateful to you both, including the best support staff with Kelsey, Abe, and Tanya. A
Yes.
part of a, let's not gloss over that part.
Yay, sports staff.
A part of a dream I had 2 nights ago still stands out, and I'd like to ask you to help interpret it. I was in a parking lot with my family and needed to use the bathroom. I walked away and didn't find a bathroom, but instead I quickly realized I had filled a tiny little container with urine and was about to throw it away in a trash can from a side opening when I saw that there was no opening on that side, and for a fraction of a moment considered letting it fall without putting it inside the trash can. Then decided to look on the back side of the trash can for the opening, then threw it away properly. Just as I turned to return, there was a police officer right in front of me watching what I had done. And I was so relieved that I chose to do the right thing because he was there ready to do something to me had I not done the right thing. Thank you so much, and sending my love and appreciation to you all, your loving initiate.
Go for it, Brian.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right. Um, That's cute. This is a good example of when we start to realize and come into alignment and cooperation with how things work and just work it. And that's what helps set us free. This physical level basically demands that we follow the laws of the land. Okay? So when we follow the laws of the land, in other words, another way of saying it is taking responsibility, that then in that taking responsibility, following the laws of the land, we will not be bound to it. When we are in rebelliousness, resistance, judgment, fear, againstness, separation of any kind, that binds us to it. That's why it's so important to look at our reactions to what's going on in the world and do what we can to move through our reactions and get free of those reactions, because those reactions are letting us know where we are in resistance, rebelliousness, judgment, fear, againstness. And that reaction is what's causing the separation. But we just look at our reactions and blame everything that we're reacting to, right? Not really knowing what we're doing to ourselves by doing that. So important to realize that. Once you start coming into cooperation and alignment and take responsibility and living by the laws of the land, you set yourself free enough to now be able to have the opportunity to rise above. And that's when literally we can be open and receive the grace of the Holy Spirit. Our lessons at first are dealing with sometimes what Jim has said is where righteousness, like the path of righteousness, can lead us on the pathway as a stepping stone to the path of liberation, because we've got to come into the right way. In other words, the right way is obeying the laws of the land to prepare us to be able to go and rise beyond it. Okay? So when I hear something like this, one, obviously the peeing in the bottle, it's about release. But anytime there's bathrooms and number one or two or anything, it's about letting go, right? Letting go is saying to me, we've taken in the opportunity to learn, we've digested it, we've learned it, and then the elimination is the completion. But that completion phase obviously is important as well, to complete things. Otherwise, we got to go back and learn whatever that is. So to me, I hear this person taking responsibility for the letting go part now to properly and responsibly dispose of it or finish that letting go. It's kind of like Jim saying, you know, once you forgive and let it go, don't go back and pick it up.
Yeah.
Well, if this person had not done it correctly, the policeman was gonna have them go back and pick it up. And that's what karma does. Policemen I've seen on the inner levels, I call them the mental police, because I've seen literally police raids on the inner levels that they come in and arrest people that are living lies or not honoring the laws of the land. I've seen it both ways. And especially the living the lies. When I've seen people preach about God and the Christ and Spirit, and police go arrest them because they were lying. They're giving lip service, but they're being, you know, it's hypocritical because they weren't living it. They were saying it and then living a lie with what they were actually doing. And I've seen people get arrested for that. So you can't deceive or get away with anything in this. The laws of the land, you're going to be karmically bound. So when I hear something like this, the person knew to do it, I'm going to say correctly in this way, to do the right way, meaning that righteous way, that in honoring the laws of the lands, they set themselves free so they won't have something they're going to be bound to by the mental police coming in and saying, karmically, you're responsible for that. So you need to do it this way in order to answer that karmic responsibility. And that is so important as disciples on this pathway, to not look at the laws of the land and all the stuff that goes on here as a negative, even though it is based on negativity, but to look at it as that journey by which was set up for the soul to traverse through, to have its experience and fulfill its learning here. If we approach it that way, then that's going to work for us. But if we judge it, fear it, react to it, then it's going to work against us. And that's up to us to determine how we approach it. So, anything else?
No, that's very good.
Okay.
I will say this. One thing, I heard this inside while you were talking, is the best way to pray is just to talk to God. Be honest with God. Just talk and share with God what you need to talk to God about. What's the problem? What's the situation? What are the wants? Whatever. And then leave it in God's hands. God knows what you want already, but He needs maybe to hear you share in detail a little bit more about it, and then see if God can respond by giving something to you in that way. I've learned very quickly. I can't get my will. I really can't. I did get what I thought was my will when I prayed for that couple, but I realized later on that it was going to be what it was going to be no matter what. And maybe I helped in praying a little bit, but it's really their doing that brought them back together. So do just sit and talk to God, share with God openly, and put your problems before God, put your gratitude before God, everything in a prayerful way, and leave it at that.
The truth will set you free.
That's right. Well, that's for
That's why I
sure.
like open, honest, vulnerable communications,
Yeah,
whether it's with another person or directly with God. It'll set you free. It's the holding back or, justifying or explaining or making it right or wrong is the only thing that causes problems. Just be honest. That's the key. Cool, thank you. So that was in addition to all the other questions, not specifically that one we just answered.
right.
Plus it was.
Okay, hello. This is a dream. Hello, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. Thank you for the beautiful meditations and sharings today. What a blessing. I'd like to share a dream with you and ask for your input and guidance. Dream. I was laying on a picnic bench on a beautiful sunny day underneath a large tree. As I looked up into the tree, I noticed 3 orange tabby cats that began to transform into 3 Bengal tiger
Yeah.
cubs.
Oh, yeah.
They were
Pretty.
so cute. The next thing I know is that Mama Bengal tiger is beginning walking along the fence line, moving towards the tree. At first I thought, oh, here comes Mama. Then I was distracted by the daddy Bengal tiger floating down from the sky slowly. As he descended, he began to lose his coloring and his stripes and became pure white. As he was getting closer, I climbed under the picnic table. As I did so, my older brother was there with me, which was weird because he hadn't been there before. The white tiger gently landed on the ground and came over to the picnic table. I remember thinking that I was glad my brother was closest to the tiger and that I would be safe. Tiger only sniffed for a few seconds and then was gone. The next thing I know, I'm sitting on top of the picnic table reading a book. My brother was gone, the tigers were gone, and it was a beautiful sunny day. The dream has stuck with me for a couple months now, and I would love to hear your interpretation or any insights you'd like to share. In loving, your faithful initiate.
Your turn.
Well, I would say that if anything, the cats turning into uh, baby Bengal tigers, to me is saying that something that was small in your life became bigger. I'm not saying a problem, I'm just saying an energy of some kind. And that um, you handled it, it felt like you were handling it in a way of loving, that they were like kittens, and you cared for them in a sense of a kitten. You weren't afraid of them. And the mother coming forward, that could cause a little bit of concern, but at the same time, it didn't sound like you were that concerned about the mother coming forward as you were the father. And of all of it, you learn that the the whatever fear might have put you under the table was not really of big concern, because you weren't that concerned about it, but you did have that brother come forward and kind of protect you from the big tiger, but there was nothing of that to happen. I think it's just showing you that there's protection in your life and not to be concerned. It may look like a brotherly love. It could be a kind of any kind of love, but it's somebody, something, spirit is going to intervene and be there for you to protect you, to give you that buffer, if you will, so that you feel safe. And I think it's just telling you right there, don't live in fear. Know that you're safe. Know that Spirit's there. Know that God's there. Know that protection's there. The fact that the tiger came down, and as it came closer to the ground, it turned pure white, to me means it's just pure spirit. And all you have to do is just trust in spirit and not live in the fear. And then you're going to be safe. And in the dream, it was that way. And I think your life has been that way in many ways. And so I would say, um, then you were back on top of the table reading a book. It just shows, just relax into your life. Don't try to make something happen. Don't be afraid of something happening. Just relax into it and let it unfold. Anything else?
Yeah, I mean that I mean that summarizes it, what Jim says. I would probably just add a little more detail of, to me, it's also representing the male and female polarities of the animal nature. And more than likely, there was something with the male polarity, whether it's your own father or some other male figure in your life, that had caused fear inside of you, that you feel like you needed protection. Like if it were growing up and your dad was somehow mean to you and your brother was one who always protected you from that male energy that caused fear, that you felt you needed protection. It could literally be that type of a thing or something else along those lines. But to me, the tiger, like Jim said, turning white and purified, meaning it's been spiritualized. In other words, the inner work you've done is transform that energy, and it's demonstrated to you that that energy is transformed, so there's no more need to fear it. So a part of you may still have looked to your brother as a protector, but I think you're realizing in this now, with the transformation of whatever that fear was, that it's been transformed and spiritualized so that you won't even need the protection anymore. And to me, that's probably why your brother wasn't there before or after, but just as a reminder, as part of the completion process with all of this.
That's
And
good.
yeah, the animal nature, male, female, and even the little cats. To me, it's just showing the animal nature and also the childlikeness, but also the parental or grown-up part, and how we can respond to it all.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Symbols. If there's enough time, oh, there's enough time. What? Sorry.
If anybody has any more questions, though, that time is almost up. It's
Yeah, this is the last one too. So,
Oh, okay. So if anybody has anything else, write it now. Otherwise,
forever hold your peace. No.
until
Be at
next month.
peace. Forever be at peace. Yeah. Okay, so what is the symbol of inwardly teaching classes to prisoners?
Hmm.
What is the symbol or significance of seeing? Oh, okay, there's another one. Do you want me to go one by one or?
Sure, one by one. It's good. You want to do the first one?
Yeah, you know, we as initiates, when we are initiated, we take on a lot of different energies of service to God, of service to humanity, and it's done very subtly, quietly, and a lot of, not a lot, but there are initiates who have dreams about teaching on the other side, or sharing with people, or they do it in the world. They teach and share with people about the pathway, or loving, or forgiveness, or just loving God as best they know how. And and so in this, the dream is saying that there's a part of you that is doing that right now, even though you may not consciously know it, that you're serving in that way. And these prisoners are just that, just everybody out here in the world that is not on this pathway. They are prisoners of this creation. They are prisoners of Lucifer. And he holds them in bondage until they have the sacred name that will give them the keys to the kingdom to unlock the doors of the prison and get out of here. And so that's what you're doing, is you're sharing with the prisoners to help them to get the keys of liberation.
Okay, so what is the symbol or significance of seeing the altar and surrendering our loving to God by placing our ball of light on the altar? I've usually placed all my problems and SHIT on the altar.
Yeah, because we have to, it's a step-by-step process that we often will start with things out here that we are in reaction with that we need to let go and forgive. Okay. And so we'll start with the outer reflection, like it's their fault or it's that situation or whatever it is. So we'll start forgiving, giving up to God, putting it on the altar, releasing it. And it releases our energy from the outer focus to now come back to ourselves. But that we got to remember, we're the ones who were in reaction. So now we have to now practice self-forgiveness. So then we've got to let go of those internal judgments and fears that we've been running. So we've got to set ourselves free from that. And that's where the LAF takes the next level of now releasing or putting ourselves on the altar. And when I say ourselves, I'm talking about it's really more the ego self, okay? And so we can release now those deeper belief systems, emotions, imaginations, and physical experiences that we've been in reaction with through judgment, fear, that have bound the soul to this creation, like the prisoner, okay? Because we're all in prison here. This body's a prison, our minds are prisons, our emotions, our imagination, it's all prison here. But eventually we've got to come to who we really are, that ball of light is the soul. Because in truth, we're just doing step by step, coming back to our true self, the soul, and eventually we want to give ourselves to God. So when you are putting yourself, the ball of light, the soul on the altar, that's you now at that deepest level, giving yourself to God, surrendering to God, bowing down to God. Lord, thy will be done, not mine.
That's good. I like it.
And that was it.
Oh, that's it.
Very good.
But we've got to say more then.
Well, I just want to say, well, no, we don't. We've said a lot. But I just want to say thank you all. That was a great session with all these questions. They were very, very, very profound and powerful and meaningful. Thank you. I think that we're getting deeper and deeper into the beauty of spirit and the power of spirit. So thank you very much. I've enjoyed this.
And the so what I meant by more to say the summary of those two experiences together,
Mm.
to me, you're seeing how we're all, in a sense, in prison, and ultimately, when you've got to give yourself up to God, because truly it's only God that can bring us home. Okay? We do all this inner work, I know, but that inner work we do is to learn our lessons, to fulfill the karmas, and to come into that level of self-love that now we've got the fullness of that love that we can give to God. Okay? But it's God loving us that really brings us home. We just have to get to the place to allow it in, and then it'll lift us up. So after moving through all the prison stuff and getting to where we've put ourselves on the altar, that's saying, God, okay, I'm fully now prepared. I'm fully here. I give myself up to you. And that's when God can now lift us up and bring us home. And that's what we're doing with the meditation and all the LAF work and everything we do here. So it's nice to hear that and literally to, hear details of experience like that, because that's exactly what's happening here. And hence why Jim just said what he said. It's just a real joy. We know there's times where it's a lot of hard work or challenges and, not understanding reactions or whatever, but if we're willing to hang in there and keep moving forward, we always make it through. We always get out of prison. We always will move into the loving and we'll always get liberated. And that, I really mean that. It's just a process, that's all. But the main thing is to realize it doesn't matter what the details of your process is or any one of our processes. What matters is we just walk through it, that we just keep doing that inner work, we keep doing the meditation, and that's all that's needed. So you do that, it all unfolds. Literally, it all unfolds. All we do here is clarify those details and steps of what to do, but also try to help give understanding to what each person's going through and how to work with that so you can participate with the process so this action of liberation can take place. Because we have to do something. We've got to take responsibility. We've got to take actions for it to happen. And obviously, we need to come into a level of understanding of what actions we need to take as well as how we can take them to really fulfill the soul's journey of why we're here and then this process of reuniting and back into that oneness with God. And hearing a lot of the things like we are today and how we have been now for a while is just wonderful, because it's pretty obvious that a lot of you are really waking up and coming to that greater understanding and freedom and liberation. That's the whole point of what we're doing, why we get together and do all this.
That's it.
So, amen to that.
I think, Brian, because you put it out there to hurry up and write.
Yeah. You got one more?
One more,
Woo!
and then we'll be finished.
We'll still be early.
You're like, woohoo! I don't know. Well, it might take me a while to read this, so.
Oh.
All right.
Jim's like, oh, I was ready to finish.
I know. Well, you put it out there, so it's up to you guys. Do you want to take one more or save it for next time?
Go ahead.
Okay. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, I just want to thank you all for the incredibly powerful Hawaii retreat in January. It was my first, and there's no ignoring the subtle but profound shifts I've experienced. I feel like I understand for the first time what it really feels like to be in the loving space, not just for a fleeting hour or two, but really in it. I know it requires commitment to the path and it will come and go, but this feels like a new coat of loving that I'm wearing. In short, I ended up doing a spontaneous trip back to Australia from the US 1 week after the retreat to get some admin stuff done and do annual blood tests, etc. Without going into all the details, a doctor made an error which required me to stay in Australia for 6 weeks until my repeat blood tests were clear. I got very clear at the retreat during the letter writing process that I wanted my mom to know how much I love her and that I forgive her and me for the challenging times during Dad's illness. These past unexpected 4 weeks staying with her have been so special that I don't want to leave tomorrow to go back to the US. We have both softened and laughed and connected deeper than ever. We've always had a joyful connection, but it's often ended up marred with old patterns playing out. But something in me and something in her has shifted. I arrived with no judgment, no impatience, nothing but acceptance. And she met me in that space. She also initiated a conversation in which she apologized in the best way she could for the hurt she caused. It was like I was witnessing myself receiving her and loving her, and was blown away by how simple it was to just love her for all of her. We have laughed and shared so much, and the quality of our connection is deepened, and she doesn't seek to go back to superficial conversation. It has been extraordinary. So much more I could share, but this captures it all, and I just want to thank you all so much for the ongoing loving service each of you offer us. Tears fall as I write this note of thanks to you both. Interestingly, a couple of weeks ago, I had a quick dream that perhaps links with this time. I was on a walk and decided I didn't want to carry my phone while I walked, so I left it on a wooden frame that happened to be at the side of the walk. I realized that my credit card and ID were in the phone wallet, but I didn't care if anyone took it. I went on my walk. I don't know who was with me, but when I returned from the walking loop, my phone was still there and my credit cards, but my driver's license ID was gone. It felt really good and liberating, and then I woke up. Anyways, more than anything, just sending you all so much love.
Well, to me, having had, from what I understood, the ID was taken, but not the credit card or the phone. To me, that means that you're taking on a new identity and you don't want to carry around the old. You're going to get the new identity and start being identified by that rather than the old identity that you carried around with you for so long. So that's good. That's a movement forward and getting liberated.
And no coincidence, because whatever you shared about going through, the forgiveness and healing, whatever, with your mom, is that part of letting go of the old identity.
Yeah.
And that's what happens when we get free or liberated from our karmas. There's a part of us that truly transforms, because we often relate through our karmas, right? So that's how we identify ourselves or identify others, is through that ID of those karmic patterns. So once those karmic patterns are released, we have to find a new way of relating. So hence a new identity, because we'll do things differently, and obviously from that place of greater loving now, rather than through the karmic processes like it was in the past. So thank you for sharing. That was fantastic and so nice. It's why we do the retreats.
Yeah.
When we are in it like that, one, that's just transformative all on its own, obviously. But then to be able to take it out in the world and do like what you just did, that's it. It's all about liberation. And that dream's a wonderful dream to literally demonstrate that. So thank you for sharing. It's great to hear these things. My goodness. That's why we're just enjoying hearing all the awakening and the experiences people are having in that journey of awakening
Yeah.
and getting all these things kind of fulfilled in the world and returning home to spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.